Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and today we are back playing a little LE, and we're gonna watch the dev stream, which kicks off in 2 hours and 51 minutes. I am very nasally today, because we're just gonna say my kids got me sick. I think that's a fair assessment. Either that or I started going back to the gym and the gyms are filthy. You know, I don't know. How's everybody doing? Hello. You sound better. I actually feel a little better today than yesterday, which I mean is good. Yesterday I was like, I can't stream. My throat's super scratchy. It was hard to talk. I was like, I can't stream. Hey, old man, I'm not that old. I'm still in my 30s. I'm still in my 30s. Woo! Gyms are full of sick people trying to get healthy. See, exactly. Don't lie to us. You were playing D4 again. No, but I was playing some CT. I was playing some CT. Late 30s. No. That's... You don't have to say, you know, how old, like, you know, 30 or 39. Those are practically the same. I'm in my 30s. That's all that matters. Guys. Guys. You need to take Clorox wipes to the gym. You are closer to 40. I don't... Who can remember? Who can remember? You know? Born in the 30s. Very funny. I'm also in my 30s. 3014 to be exact. Perfect. I am scared about this podcast. This podcast is gonna be something else. I just, in my head, again, I could be totally wrong. I'm not a marketing major. I'm a business major. There is no way Ghazzy doesn't ask, or maybe on the flip side, there's no way EHG doesn't say anything. I mean, maybe, but it just feels like, you know, hey, let's just start the podcast with the elephant in the room. EHG, do you have anything you want to say about PoE 2 launching 4.4? And EHG would say, hey, it's unfortunate, but we wish him the best. That's my guess. At least something. I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be spicy. GGG is cooked. They will back off. LE shall reign for a week. Oh my gosh. Ghazzy's first talking point is called address the elephant in the room. Wait, are you serious? Ryan, are you serious? It's not the elephant in the room, it's the whale in the closet. Yes? Oh my gosh. Okay, good. Well, perfect. Brow, I can't believe I'm about to say this. In preparation for season 2, I am using your damn belt. Because of, what is it? Mana Guide or whatever? Controversy creates clicks. Steel Mage is playing LE all week. Is big. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This is huge free press for LE. Yeah. I got a feeling they will work something out. I don't know. GGG pretty much showed that they don't care. Whoa, is it like super loud? Oh, it sounds super loud. Hold on. Fools. Oh no, sounds good. Is it just me or is the image too bright? The game looks too bright? All my settings are screwed up with the new computer. Wait, is there a mode that will make Meteor a lightning bolt? Yeah. This is, I'm spec'd into Lightning Meteor. Duh. It looks washed. All right, hold on a second. It looks like it has a white filter on the screen. Really? I wonder if that's because HDR is on. So I've been messing with the settings. I don't know why. When I turn off HDR, it kills my fourth monitor. All right, let's do this. Let's just see. Let's go gameplay. Let's go very high. Screw it. Let's just see what happens. Full screen. Borderless windowed, very high. Brightness, low. Look, I don't have streamer mode on. Oh, you guys can't see it. See? I posted it in the general chat. All right, I'll look at it in 1 second. We need to pick up all these set items now. I love the website, looks awesome. Is there a part for community builds? Right now there isn't. That requires like a whole nother thing we would have to do. It might be coming in the future. It looks a little hazy today, last Epoch. Right as you said, kills my fourth monitor, my Twitch tab crashed. That's definitely the culprit, you think? I wish this game wasn't so balanced around mana cost. It's so limiting late game without any mana leech. Would you rather have generator spender? So think about it. How would you fix that? Aaron, did you do a giveaway on Wednesday's stream? I did. Build looks cool. Right now we are prepping for something. Let me just show you what we're doing as we wait for Ghazzy to take over. We are... I wonder if it's posted. It's probably on Reddit. We're not going to Reddit. Let me show you what we're doing here. That's not it. That's... Whoa. Cold, thanks for the Prime sub. All right, this is what we're doing. I'm preparing for this item. Mana Guide. When channeling focus, you move towards your current target location at 70% of your normal movement speed. While channeling focus, you cast Lightning Blast 3 times per second. Mana generation from focus is half as effective. Increased mana regen, ward per second while channeling, ward decay threshold, lightning resistance. So ultimately, with Mana Guide, we would take focus, all right? And as we are channeling with focus, we are shooting lightning blasts. As lightning blasts are hitting enemies, we are using the Harbingers of Stars, which automatically crits meteors, and you are dropping lightning meteors with your newly created lightning set that you will now be able to make yourself. So, this build is really only capable in Season 2 because you got to make your own set, and you need the new unique, which just unlocks the focus channeling. But I just was playing around with it right now. It's Brow's Belt. That's what we're messing around with. I've wanted that set bonus on something useful for a long time. Yep. I'm really hoping for a Bane of Winter / Smite Void Knight build to become reality. That would be cool. Wait, what? Make your own set? I just joined. Yeah, so in Season 2, you're going to get access to a basically set forge. And you're going to be able to take your set item, throw it in the forge, and break down the set. And these turned into reforged set affixes. You could then take those affixes and put them on a regular two-handed staff, and you can create your own set items in Season 2. It's ridiculous. It's gonna be damn cool. It's gonna be very cool. That is awesome. Yep. Also in Season 2, you're going to be able to craft idols. Idols will be able to have 4 affixes on them through Weaver Enchanting. So, like, the problem with this build always is the fact that Meteor costs so much mana. But Focus is a mana channeling skill, so you should be able to maintain positive mana while dropping meteors. Oh no, why do I have the void portal up? Get out of here. Stupid. I hope CLF gets some buffs to increase favor generation. I don't know. COF is getting major updates in the form of crafting. Their crafting is gonna be ridiculous. Now everybody is redeeming the void portal. What is wrong with you? Gosh! Everybody, the community thinks it's hilarious that there's a 50,000 point redeem where they make me use this portal. They think that it looks funny. I don't think it looks funny at all. I don't even understand the joke. But they like this portal. What's that for this build? I like Thunder. Right now we're prepping for Season 2 Mana Guide build. Wait. Guys, don't start. That really seems like something. You're too married to understand? Oh my gosh. Here in Brazil, these portals are really common. Oh my goodness. Why is it leaking? You guys, it's just it's an entryway for the portal that's pulsate. Oh, forget it. It's just a portal. An entryway. Just stop it. God. Oh my gosh. Everything reminds me of her. Oh. I bet a lot of people have been using that portal. You guys, I need to take that redeem off. You guys are all monsters. What a nice joke to start the stream, right? You guys, top left, 2.5 hours. Dev stream is kicking off. All right. Let's change gears if that's possible. What is EHG's response gonna be? Okay, this is my guess. We feel it's unfortunate that both games are launching on top of each other. And we wish GGG the best. Some super PC. We've always had respect for their product and their game, and we hope them the best. Something like that. That's my guess. Not as good as the TLI pole dancer portal? Well, that one knows what it is. You guys are gonna absolutely die when Season 2 drops, because there's another kind of funny innuendo thing in Season 2. You guys are gonna die. Hold on, let me finish this. I'll catch up on chat. What did I walk in on? Nothing, Turtle. It's just the Void Portal again. Stop shooting me! All right, what do we got? Bad, bad, bad. How long is it take for you guys to get off the void portal? Oh my gosh, I can't believe, I mean, like, move on from the void portal. I can't believe I just said that out loud. I can't believe it. Be right back. The void portal's acting up. Oh my gosh. 50, 60 seconds. I meant move on from the void portal. That still doesn't work. QB1 Junkie, what's up, brother? How is the last Epoch grind going? Welcome, Raiders. Do you have a build guide for this? No. Right now we're prepping for Season 2's new unique item called Mana Guide. This is a modified version of my Raiden build. So you would just look at B Raiden. But B Raiden doesn't drop meteors because it's too hard to maintain mana. All right, let me get you. Oh, shoutouts done. Very cool. What are you playing right now in LE? All right, let's catch up on chat. LE will have its time to cook. PoE 1 a few years to get where it is now. Aaron, have you ever played Last Epoch using a joystick? What would be your thoughts? I have not, but I would love to. The petty side of me wants EHG to call out GGG and stand up to them. They're just not going to do that. Will the update do anything to make the campaign feel different, like how they added Nemesis and loot doggos? There is champion enemies coming to the campaign and improved visuals and performance, but this patch is really focused around Endgame. Show me the void portal. It's just a portal that's corrupted. It's got these wings that grab you. Oh my gosh, this is never gonna go away. Put down the shovel. Get off, you say. Oh my gosh. When you see a portal that nice, it's tough to move on. I assume you're stockpiling said items. I am. How viable is Poison Trap at the beginning of Season 2? I'm not sure. I haven't tested it. Are they changing how we get passive idle slots? I'm honestly not sure. Are the Nemesis and Lizard staying? Yep, it's all core. I'm catching up on the past, but if your game looks foggy, then try turning down to very low. I think I have brightness on very low. This is a family stream. That portal could corrupt me. You guys are all terrible. I'll take the void portal over malignant tunnels. Afternoon, brother. Love being back in the game, trying to remember stuff and things. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Today we're gonna watch the dev stream together. Live watch party. Live watch party. Honestly, I'm excited for Last Epoch Season 2. Aaron, if you had to say, if you had say in a new LE class, what would you pick? Well, there's two that I want that I'm almost positive are coming. Some kind of void caster. So literally what we're playing now, but you're a, you know, like a warlock void caster. And then a barbarian that could wield two-handed weapons. Dual wielding two-handed weapons. I got a new video going up for you. What is it? Oh, okay, I'll check it. Messing with the Forge Guard. Ah, you're getting ready for two-handed and a shield, huh? How was the Titan Quest demo? It was better than I expected. That's a slippery portal. Wings that grab you. Now I know what you're doing. What? Hey, Aaron, I think GGG did LE dirty AF. However, I'll go for LE Season 200%. Booyah! What if your wife walks up and the portal's in? Will you guys stop it? Hey, Aaron, do you think we'll have new short clips / screenshots on how LE will look in the new patch? I have no idea. I told Ghazzy when I did my talk with him that I want him to show the Heartseeker skill tree. So the new skill coming to Marksman is what we're going to be playing at the beginning. Heartseeker. And they haven't showed off anything other than a few minutes of gameplay. That's what I want him to show. Did you get a haircut? Yeah, I got a haircut yesterday. See, there's still some hair under there. Yeah. Since I was sick and not streaming, I just figured I might as well be productive. We need new Sentinel skills. Well, all the Sentinel skills are tweaked and adjusted, and Volatile reversal's new. Alright, Infernal, I'm going to post it today. How does Heartseeker feel with single target? Good. That's what's interesting. It's good for mapping and single target. Any tips on my Paladin? I'm having mana issues. What Paladin are you playing? I'm just really enjoying your warpath build at the moment, starting LE a week ago, and this build made me enjoy my first time in Endgame a lot more. Curious how it will go with two-handed plus shield. Ooh, I know. Some good questions. Aaron, please tell me that I heard that right. You can dual-wield two-handed weapons. Hold on. The question was asked if I had say in what classes would come next. I said some kind of void caster or a barbarian class that could dual wield two-handed. They've already teased about that with the barbarian class for Primalist. Now, coming season 2, a Forge Guard, and only a Forge Guard, the Mastery and Sentinel, can hold a two-handed weapon and a shield at the same time, which is insanity. NDA lawyer Aaron responds, what? Yeah. Two-handed plus a shield warpath. What it really unlocks is Javazon. So if anybody played Diablo 2 Javazon, so Javelin lightning spears with a shield is going to be so sick. Like, you could recreate that build almost identical. Well, obviously it unlocks a ton more, but like that type of build is going to be very cool. We need nunchucks in LE. So I'll tell you a little story. I've told this story multiple times. I'm in Germany with the EHG team, maybe eating dinner, having a few drinks, and Judd basically asked me that same question. So I'm sitting next to Judd. Judd says, Aaron, if you could design any mastery you wanted in Last Epoch, what would it be? And what I told him, if there's any Street Fighter fans out there, I basically want Akuma, but in an isometric action RPG. So like a D3 monk, but void. Shoots fireballs, it blinks all over the place. I know it's like, what? I was like, Street Fighter's Akuma in LE. That would be really cool, dude. That would be sick. And at bare minimum, we talked through the entire idea. Judd wrote it down. So I'll take that. So if you ever see Akuma in Last Epoch, it was my idea. Because it fits perfectly. Everybody loves monks, but you give it the void theme. It's Akuma. Oh, oh. Diesel, how you doing today, brother? Void monks have the best portals. What's wrong with you? All right, everybody, we are 2 hours and 21 minutes from our dev stream. I think after this run, I'm going to run over to the Merchants Guild and see if there's any 3LP Harbinger of Stars. I'm good, man. Been busy at the shop. Crazy busy. So good busy, huh? Business is picking up. Everybody, we are spec'd into Lightning Meteor that is auto-triggered. And it costs lots of mana. Yeah, yesterday I hit 2,500 in sales. That's awesome. World Splitter with the shield? Yep. The only thing you cannot do with the two-handed weapon and a shield is hold a staff. You cannot hold a staff and a two-handed shield. Everything else I think is fair game. Goose, what's up, sir? The hype train's left the station, or what? I think they were smart, too, to give two-handed weapon and a shield to a singular mastery. Instead of just making it opened, where everybody would use it on everything, like mandatory. You like this build? Blast knife. All my omnis are gathering dust. Yep. Volumetric lighting. All right, I'm on it. Let's see. I don't even know if it made a difference. Just put it to very low. I really hope we see Season 3 in July, August. They're cooking. Season 3's been in development for months and months.
You'll find a deal in a cinch. Get it? Cinch?
Three LP Harbinger of Stars? That is so ridiculous. 3 LP is 80,000 gold. It's nothing. I forgot how to play this game. Come on, 4 LP? 1 billion. It's a good rolled 4 LP too. 80,000. Yeah, but these are bad rolled. Let's see. 120,000 for a 7. We could roll as high as 9. 9. 5 million gold. So to go from 6% to 9%, 3% more, it's 80,000 to 5 million. I'm so excited for launch. A little jump, yep. Will we be able to zoom the camera out more? I don't think so. This is Cycle, or Legacy. This is Legacy. My Warlock and another character are in season. I hope Titan Quest 2 EA comes out before December this year. I mean, it's supposed to be out in 6 days, so I don't know. The Bazaar is what I love about Last Epoch, right? What build is this? All right, let me pause for just a second and explain what we're doing. Okay. Try and get this as big as possible. I should just screenshot it. Either way, Mana Guide. Do you guys see this unique? This is a brand new unique that is coming out for Season 2. This is an amulet. What Mana Guide does is it turns focus, the channeling skill focus, you now move with it. So you could channel focus and move simultaneously. Think of like spin to win. You could cast focus as you're moving. While you're channeling focus, you cast lightning bolt blast 3 times per second. Mana regen isn't as effective in focus, but it gives you mana regen, ward while channeling, ward decay threshold, and lightning. So the idea, it's Archon. You literally look like a Protoss. You use 2 Templars to make an Archon. It's Archon mode. So you're channeling focus, moving forward. Simultaneously, focus is manually or automatically shooting your lightning blast. Lightning blast is spec'd into crit, which is automatically triggering your lightning meteors. And lightning meteors, you've built your own set because you could do that in Season 2, so you don't have to use their crappy items. That's what we're messing around with today. Leviathan Carver or Torch with a shield. Yep. All right, we're going to take the 7% one at 200. Let's see. No, it's 7%. It's only 80,000 more. All right, we'll take this better one. Harbinger of Stars, 7%, 3 LP. Are you praying for a bump in release date? Listen, I don't think it's going to happen, but if they moved it up 1 week, I would be happy. 1 week, I would be happy. Going back to work, all right. Archon unique is for what specialization? You can use it for anything, but since we want to drop meteors, it is a source skill. You could use it on Spellblade or Rune Master, but we would use Focus, Flame Ward, Lightning Blast, Meteor. So the 5th skill, you could take a movement skill. You could take Teleport, Flame Rush, Static, that's probably it. Teleport, Flame Rush, Static. No, Arcane Ascendancy doesn't make sense. Seems like a really big ask to move it closer. Well, they, you know, everything is planned out. So, having servers ready, right? So like servers, Twitch drops, all that kind of stuff is all set in stone. All the staff and everything is all set for the 2nd. I still think they should move it, but you know, like, it is what it is. It is what it is. We'll see. They're going to address it today, or at least Ghazzy's going to ask. At least Ghazzy's going to ask. Mana regen. My necrotic. No. I want a mana regen belt. Don't move the date. It's fine. Pewee2 can suck an egg. As much as I love everybody's enthusiasm, like, you know, obviously GGG is a behemoth. So having more space in between would be good. I think. And just for everyone. T7 mana regen on a belt. All right, 100,000. Let's see. Anything we could make. Going. This is way more expensive than the Harbinger of Stars. Oh, I could just buy one that's already slammed. This isn't COF. Oh, it's COF. Do you guys want me to log into my Sentinel so you could see COF? My Sentinels are all COF. Okay, these are ridiculous. He's shopping. I'm not shopping. I'm just looking for items that I want to purchase. Shopping. How much is the new DLC? Last Epoch does not do paid DLCs. It is free. Your purchase of Last Epoch is all the money you will ever have to spend forever. Fire cooldown. I don't have a belt to slam. That would require a lot of luck. Screw it. It's gonna require a lot of luck. Let's see. And if they ever do drop an expansion or a DLC, it'll always be free. So EHG in their bylaws say that all future content forever is with your purchase. E4 free DLC? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. You need to click apply. Did I not hit apply? Yeah, it's on very low. Look. See? Probably about 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of Aaron's will. Well, duh. All right, let's slam this sucker. I mean, it's a 3 LP. I just want to hit mana regen, but if I hit the other two, that would be very cool. I'd be very happy. You're really fighting a cruise ship with an iceberg here. What? I wonder how many streamers, content creators, play Merchants Guild over COF. Like when people go on Twitch, I wonder if they've never even seen Merchants Guild before. Not many. D4 poopy.
Fools. This is not over.
Dude, it's gonna be crazy. If you want, you never have to do this again. You could just jump to the boss in season 2. You never have to run the dungeon. That was a lot of meteors. Ellie is the main reason I COF is the main reason I like Ellie. I don't like trade. It's good. Do we know if there is content that is locked as seasonal only play Legacy cannot do? How interesting. I started working on a video for that today. We're not 100% sure, but Mike has said everything should go to Legacy. Bro, they put in as many barriers as humanly possible to stop me from getting there. Bike always plays MG this cycle for a week until he found some good non-factions items, then switched to COF to farm. I see.
Only I should be able to.
That counts as someone, but now he's COF. Hey Aaron, what's the best way to farm for a chance to cast Smite Idol? There's no way, unfortunately. There's no way to target farm idols other than through prophecies for COF. They're just world drops. Guys buying LE come with a guarantee that you will never play Diablo 4 again. That's a requirement? It's part of the contract? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Now that you're following, type in !giveaway. Whether you're on YouTube or Twitch. I am excited to never run this dungeon again. The barriers, I don't know why, it just makes me want to freak out. Good thing we're able to craft idols in Season 2. Well, I probably should, like, you're going to be able to enchant idols in Season 2. You can't actually, like, pick the affixes you want, but idols are a lot stronger. You're going to be able to enchant and add Weaver's Will to your idols. I guess it's kind of a form of crafting. You might go merchants and just buy it. Well, you could do that if they have it for sale. Bro, this dungeon, what in the world? Like the longest dungeon. Right, we're just running now. What the
Epoch, then? Who like you has no use for it?
We literally cannot get to the doors. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's only a few more weeks and you never have to do this again. Gosh. All right, we did it. We did it. What time's the interview? Top left, you'll see the time for the interview. Kicks off in 2 hours and 2 minutes. You're fine if you're continuing your legacy character in season 2. They mentioned the new content will be available in both. Yep.
Epoch, I will have it. Fire waters.
Come on, lightning meteors. No lightning meteor. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. $53, $63, $50. It's not a very good rolled one. 54, 56, 70. That's a better rolled one. Okay. Obviously this is hard to screw up because it is a 3 LP Harbingers of Stars. A perfect roll would be mana, double health. Mana, 70 health, and hybrid health. Very unlikely, but actually all we really care about is the mana. All we care about is the mana. Cold does nothing for us. Mana, double health. Oh, woo, it was close. This is the second best outcome. Mana regen, and we got the hybrid health. Cold doesn't do anything. 56. The mana regen. Log out. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect. They should scrap this idea of this area. It's beyond stupid. Just add an NPC that allows you to do crafting. I mean, they do crafting obviously very well with the Forge. The whole idea is you have to have a character that can push the right level of the dungeon. But now you're going to have the charm to jump straight to the boss, which should be great. Is great. I both miss and hate these days. Why? I keep failing my smoke weaver slams. I see. Aw, dang it. All right, 2 hours till Ghazzy takes over. We get to hear about the elephant in the room, or as somebody said earlier, the whale in the closet. So this set, but with the new unique, and make your own set. That is gonna be ridiculous. But you could also reuse that belt for Glacier Meteor build, right? Yeah, if you wanted to. I don't think you could. Can you wait? Can you turn Meteor cold? Turn Lightning Blast cold. Bro, it's like a smiter. That didn't count. I was reading Oaks. If you can turn Meteor cold, why would you need Avalanche, right? Correct. Such a loaded question. Mike will spend 2 sentences and 10 seconds on it. Mike will probably spend three seconds on it. We've always had a good relationship with GGG. Path of Exile 1 and 2 are some of the best games out there. It's unfortunate that our times both aligned so close to each other, but we wish them the best. That's my guess. Moving on. Is there any chance you guys are planning on moving your date? Right now, that is not a possibility. We'll be launching April 2nd. I really hope he says more than that. I hope so too. But from a PR perspective, I just don't know what they can and can't say. We have moved our date ahead 2 days instead to be the same as PoE 2. It's not unfortunate. It was planned. I know. Nazy, thanks for the Prime sub. I mean, yeah, you're not going to sell me on GGG didn't know Ellie's date. Like, yeah, right. What skill is that? It looks like arc. It's meteor. A lot of people have never seen this skill. It is meteor. We are using, yes, you heard me. We're using a set. GGG knows EHG exists. Look at the PoE 2 maps and endgame layout, right? This is where it's just business comes into play. Sad but true. Yep. Lightning Meteor looks like Smite. It does. Games these days are just way too big money, are they? Big money? Is Twitch lagging? My game is right. I don't know if the... we turn the settings all the way up. Let me turn them down. We normally play at medium. See if that helps at all. Next season, set but true. Yep. We are preparing for the new unique mana guide today. Stream's lagging on me, but it might be my side. I'm just double checking. Will you be able to change your mastery in the new cycle? Yep. Mastery respec is coming in. See, no reason to level a new alt. Just pick a new mastery. Some people love it, some people hate it. I've not tried controller in CT. I should have tried that last night when I was playing. Last night we were blasting some Heartseeker in CT, messing around with some tombs and cemeteries. Ooh la la. I also crafted some idols, crafted a new set. NDA alert. No, I can, all that stuff's been announced. The Raven has arrived. What's up, Raven? Last time I played ARPG with a controller, I fell asleep. Don't fall asleep. Going through the dungeon should give you a chance to undo the slam once. Oh. So if you choose to not skip it, you can undo a bad slam to try again. An interesting idea. Give people a reason to run it. Getting us jealous. What? No. I'm testing so that EHG has the knowledge to make sure it's a good launch. Duh. Cough, knowledge, cough. I am coughing. I'm sick. It's your guys' fault. Come on, drop the smites. This is our smite sorcerer. Is it just me being drunk, or is the game stream less bright? Okay, it's so funny. So earlier today, people said it was too bright, so I turned down the brightness. Is it now too dull? I just built a new computer and all my settings were all reset. Brightness set to medium. Does that make a difference? Is Blaster better? Frostclaw, Lightning Spec? You could use either. They're both great. It's not just me, thank God. Turn the doo-doo down. All right, doo-doo's down. People assume that 0-2 will be a stellar expansion, while it might as well be just more towers, Huntress, and one league mechanic. One thing that, which you might be true, that might be right, everything you just said, but one thing GGG is very good at is marketing. So there, even if it's maybe a doo-doo season, what they will have is a stellar live stream presentation. And that presentation will win them at least all the content creators at the beginning. They will make it seem like it's insane. Are you starting seasonal or legacy April 2nd? Seasonal. We're going a marksman Heartseeker. HG prepped a great looking season 2 update. GGG didn't really show up much. Have some faith, people. Right? We'll be a seasonal marksman. I hope they surprise us and add Druid. Huntress looks meh. No, they are not adding Druid. Druid is arguably one of their most popular classes. I doubt they would market it around the Huntress, Dawn of the Hunt, if the Druid was coming. It'd probably have a completely different name, I think. It would be like Transformative Hunt, something like that. Seems to be Huntress focused. Why does everyone like the Huntress? Is that like javelins? It's like spear thrower? Is that what everybody's all excited about? Javazon. I like Javazon. Gremling spears everywhere. Watch, I see. Very disappointed for the players that want to play both. I agree. Yeah, this channel isn't a D4 PoE2 bad channel. We played 280 hours of PoE2. I would love to play both. I just like we main last Epoch, so given the option between the two, we will pick LE. So we're just gonna start super late. My thought is that teaser for the Ballista class, whatever that Ballista ascendancy is, we'll play later on. The subathon will go 10 days. Then I figure we'll start some PoE2 Ballista class. Hey, this looks like the D4 boss power. This is the D4 boss power, just blue. Or theirs is blue. LE is the way. Oh, double boss powers. Stupid void portal. Oh my gosh. By the way, thanks for the crafting video on YouTube. Super helpful. You are very, very welcome. I'm glad it helped. We don't bash PoE or PoE2 on this channel. D4, on the other hand. Here we go. Hi, Aaron. What's up, Raymond? What is that Thunder Strike chance? That's my smite. This is my source smiter. No, I'm just kidding. We are spec'd into Meteor. And Meteor is dropping lightning meteors, which look like smite. We are preparing for the new build your own set in last Epoch, including the new unique mana guide, which allows your focus to move and cast lightning bolt blast, which also will trigger meteors. So we're going to set up a 1-button automated mana guide amulet build. Something like that. That's what we're preparing for. How do you get that portal? Oh, geez. This is going to be the new Raiden. This will be the new Raiden, correct. You honestly look like a Protoss Archon. If anybody played StarCraft, it turns you into an Archon. You get that portal in the highest level supporter pack that is going away April 18th. The Eternal Legend supporter pack is how you get your very own void portal. Oh gosh. 1-button builds for the win. Woohoo! Was there beta testers, or we gotta wait to see if that build is S tier? There is beta testers. Guys, we're not talking about the void portal anymore today, okay? RF 0-button builds for the win. Everybody loves less button pushing. I wanted to jump into PoE 2 and play the new class, Spear Weapon, is the weapon I'm looking forward to most, but I enjoy LE more over PoE 2. So I'm having to pick one. Will be LE every time. I like both, but the updates for LE sound better more than those for PoE 2. So I'll play PoE 2 later. There you go. Yes, the Void. Someone already paid 50,000 points for the Void portal. It's already here. It's just a cosmetic portal, guys. Oh, I see why it's a hot topic. I get it now. Oh my gosh. I don't understand. Same playing PoE 2 once I'm burnt out on LE. It looks sick. Yep. That portal looks sus. It's a hot and bothered topic. You all have a real problem. You need more cowbell. Unbelievable. Hey Aaron, I have seen a lot of your YouTube videos. First time catching you on Twitch. Thanks for the effort to help out the LE community, man. Very much appreciated. Hey, thank you so much. Thanks for coming by on Twitch. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, I stream every day but Saturday. So Saturdays are normally my day off with the fam bam. I got a wife and 4 kiddos. My normal schedule is, which has kind of been thrown off, is wake up, post the YouTube video, get the kids to school, boot up stream for 5 to 6 hours, make the YouTube video for the next day, hang out with the family, wake up, post the YouTube video, get the kids to school, stream for 5 to 6 hours, make the next day's YouTube video, evening with the family, repeat. You said, but that's true. That's the plan. That's the plan. But that's kind of been thrown off. As I'm sure most of you know, we launched actionrpg.com. This is in its beta phases, so we're asking for a lot of grace. But ultimately, we have all up-to-date PC gaming news. We have a custom CMS for Last Epoch and Diablo 4, currently designing PoE 2. We have an event calendar, which will break down everything that's coming. This is currently getting another phase. This is just like the first attempt at it. You click on Last Epoch. You've got your builds or your classes. Click on Acolyte. Pick your mastery. It'll generate what builds are available. All of these are currently up to date. And you've got your build. Frequently asked questions, comment section, video review. All the passive trees and skill trees. All custom artwork. It's thousands of hours of work, but this is really just our soft launched website. So we weren't even going to announce that it exists until April 2nd, but things are working way better than we expected. So yeah, we're asking, it's non-monetized, so you're not going to run into like ads or videos or banners. So right now we're just asking people to go to Action RPG on their phones or browsers and just push buttons. It's also fully designed from the ground up on mobile. So you could use it on your phone as well. Did EHG announce an earlier launch date? No, their first public appearance is in 1 hour and 37 minutes. And the first question for said appearance will be the elephant in the room. So we'll see what they say. By the way, what is the podcast about? LE Dev Stream? Are you involved in it? No, my stream. So I have a stream with EHG on March 28th. So my stream is March 28th. Today's stream is with Ghazzy. They are doing a tour. They're doing a publicity tour for their new season. So they had the Max Roll team with Rax and Zizarin. Today is with Ghazzy. Then Talkative Try. Then me and Frosty LaRue for Town Portal Podcast. Ghazzy, lots of minion info. I don't know if he's talking about minions. No Hog? No, no Hog. Hog's not an Epocher yet. We're going to sell him on it this season. He's on Dragonkin. He's a kinner. That's right. So today, EHG, they might not have an answer, but they will at least be asked, hey, what are your thoughts on Grinding Gear Games making the announcement that 020 Dawn of the Hunt is dropping 4/4? So at least they will have a chance to publicly address it. Granted, we don't think they're going to say anything. I don't think they're going to say anything. I think they're going to say we wish them the best, it's a great game, and just take the high road and say nothing. Do you have a place that you post your builds that is a work in progress? I do not. This build is my B Raiden. It's posted on YouTube. B Raiden. That's the link to all my build guides on YouTube. But this is going to be the updated B Raiden that isn't possible until Season 2. Because I need my build my own set, and I need the new unique mana guide. So this will be actually updated once we're cooking. Is there a Falcon Fire focus build? I have unarmed Falcon Fist. Does that count? I use unarmed Falcon Fist, which is a Cinder Strike build. Save all your sets. Save all your sets. Oh yeah, we found this the other day, 527. Very nice. Hello everyone, what's up, Ghost? Aaron, could you feel Ghazzy's pain? Wait, why? Wait, I really hope gamers stick to last Epoch like they say in the comments. All right, let me catch up in chat really quick. Appreciate you guys, thanks. I hope they announce they release it early. Me too. Judd was in Woody's Twitch chat the other day and said they weren't going to change the date, but who knows? I mean, that's pretty set in stone. That is pretty set in stone. He live streams every day and always talks as much about the Void Portal. Oh my gosh. Path of Exile 2 is on early access while Last Epoch is on Season 2. Is a content we waited for 6 months. Therefore, I will skip PoE 2 020 and play Last Epoch instead. And you can always jump to PoE 2 after. That's what we're going to do. So I went MP as you suggested, beat the campaign. Now it's taking forever to get rank up in the bazaar and get the gear I need. And I'm underpowered in the end game. Help me. Well, J-Bone, how are you leveling? Are you putting items for sale and buying stuff? That's how you level up faster. Spending favor. So Aaron, how many comments going with last Epoch over PoE 2? We can only hope they stick to their comments. Kaiser, on Reddit, X, YouTube, and Twitch, I would say there is an overwhelming amount of support for last Epoch, and people saying they are going to be playing last Epoch.
How do I refund this? LOL.
I think the problem is that is really like a microcosm of how many people actually play PoE 2. And I don't know how many people just say that because it's like, you know, the right thing to say. We're standing up for the little guy. So right now, I mean, things are looking good. A lot of people are saying they're going to play last Epoch. But when the rubber hits the road April 4th, we will see. We will see. Ellie's pulling almost as many viewers as D4. D4's got Rob Woody playing PTR, right? Really hope Ellie's players stick to like they do in the comments. Yep. I only played LE for 3 months-ish. Still the best crafting system and all. And the crafting system's getting so much better. Hog is busy fishing in real life while we wait for the actual fish in Path of Exile. Perfect. I don't think so. I sincerely doubt it was 10 cent. I bet it was GGG. Instead of shards, we're going to get green clogging up our inventories. Back to square one, huh? No, you're going to free up your inventory because you no longer have to save set items. You just save their shards, which go into your crafting materials. They say in Discord that no new info about Move the launch today in the interview. Damn, that sucks. We can shatter the greens. You could shatter the greens. Been following your Void Knight Warpath guild on the website. How do I apply / save your loot filter from the website? You just copy it all in and you put it into paste clipboard contents. You just paste it all in. No beard. How do I refund this? It's growing back. I got a haircut yesterday. There's hair under there. There's some hair. Some. PoE 2 is still in full development. You won't miss a thing not playing it immediately. LE is just a full-blown new league, so lots more things to do, I would say. Right? Nathaniel, somebody just said that they don't plan on talking about the release date today. So I don't know. We'll see what Ghazzy can get out of him. GGG is fishing for a bad reputation. We're going to have a significant change / update in graphics in LE. What do you mean update in graphics? Oh yeah, I got it, Medic. Like a new engine? No. But the visuals are far improved in the new season. Sorry, everybody. I'm sick. It's your guys' fault. When do you think LE's build site will be updated? Oh, I don't know. Always after patch notes, so a few days before. Because it's not given to last Epoch tools. They data mine it, so they got to make it public. How's the PC running? PC's running pretty good. I know it sounds so stupid and noob-ish. I'm not used to Windows 11. I finally jumped up to Windows 11. I've been on 10 forever, and I'm just getting used to it. Ooh, less than 90 minutes. By the way, for this dev stream too, we'll go full screen. I want to like really pay attention to this. Windows 11 is so much worse than Windows 10. It got my 4th monitor working. Drop the lightning meteors. Don't mess with me. Told you guys. It's better and worse at the same time. Windows 11. Is this hardcore gameplay? No, no. Loot filters will be updated because we need to add champion affixes in. More than anything else. We need to add champion affixes and any other affixes that'll work for the build. Yep. In the teaser, sacrificing sets is limited. I think we should finish a new zone or a dungeon. I don't know if I could talk about exactly where the forge is to shatter the sets. I don't know how much EHG cares at this point. Podcast starts in 1 hour and 24 minutes. Jimster, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. I want to theory craft my forge guard, I bet. So here's an idea. Each question add when season 2 drops on April 1st, March 30th. Yes, exactly. Glued onto the end of each question. Well, this isn't like a normal dev stream. It's Ghazzy's interview. So Ghazzy directs all the questions. We don't have any control. Darn it. Hey, have you ever thought about doing a top 10 builds for League Star? Do you have enough builds you could do it yourself? Every league, every game. I look at the top 10 and do some ideas. I normally do a top 5. But that's like... I always wait till it's normally the week of the update when people can mess around and do their building. But yeah, we'll do something like that. Normally the week before too, it's where like everybody comes out of the woodwork with their LE content. Everyone's an expert the week before. Got to get those clicks on the buzz, you know. But yeah, we will have content like that. Aaron, you got to play the meta? I am playing... I don't know what the meta will be. I'm guessing it'll be... A lot of people are going to play Forge Guard. We are playing Heartseeker Marksman. Heartseeker Marksman. You sure the podcast isn't in 2.5 hours? Starts at 2 p.m. Mountain Time, I think. Am I wrong? Someone help me out. Am I off? Is it 2.5 hours? Everyone played Forge Guard last season. It was garbage. You are correct. Okay, sweet. Medic, you see this skill floating around me? Does it not look like the hold boss power from D4? The blue beam spinning around. Hey now, Shield Bash Forge Guard was good. It was. That's about it. I'm gonna cycle start Primalist into Shaman maybe. And remember, whether you like it or not, you can respec your mastery now. So you can't pick a class, but you could respec your mastery. Get away from me, poison man. That is nice. That one didn't count. I was just joking around. Gonna go Heartseeker. That was my favorite rogue build in Diablo. Ah, good old guided arrow. It's fun. That's why I hope Ghazzy gets to show it off today, so then we could talk about it. It's physical, fire, and cold conversions, and you can convert it into a throwing automated attack. Ellie's new season today? No. Thysic, where in the hell have you been? No. April 2nd. April 2nd. I wish. PoE 2 and D2 are mods. All right, Thysic. Hey. Thysic, this is for you.
You've come to the right place, traveler. And in this time, you can share in her embrace. Traveler, we've prepared a silken tomb for you, woven with golden strands, that even you cannot break. Join us, traveler.
doesn't even look that good. What a horrible, horrible update. Terrible. Come to the dark side. We have cookies. Holy bangs. Wow. Yes, it is a super season. And honestly, everything in that trailer is like high overarching stuff. Like passive trees, skill trees, over 30 new uniques, all the new woven stuff, the woven faction tree. I mean, there's so much in there. Idol crafting. You can now craft your idols. You can now make your own sets. You can re-roll their uniques. There's so much crap. Also, Thai, you can all the crafting materials, keys, and woven echoes automatically transfer in. So if you killed an enemy or a boss and you had dungeon keys, shards, and these new materials called woven echoes, one click, boom, all of them get vacuumed up for the screen and all of them automatically transfer into their right place. They never go into your inventory anymore. Tell us about these customizable Echo hideouts, Aaron. There is no customizable Echo hideouts. There's no PoE hideout yet in last Epoch. But I will say, I don't think EHG would be mad at me for saying this. The MTX coming to the game, the visual cosmetics, I would go as far as saying they are a 10x. They are a 10x. They are so, like, EHG, in my opinion, has the worst cosmetic shop. The worst cosmetic shop. Now, their pricing structure is good. So wait, let me rephrase. Their pricing structure is good. They don't do any, like, of the, you know, 800% off crap. Like, they are very straightforward. They don't try and screw you over. They don't use any of the, like, mentality tricks to get you to spend more money. Okay? That being said, the quality of their cosmetics are bottom compared to Diablo, Torchlight, Diablo, or PoE. They're much better, including a slew of skill cosmetics. The auto transfer toggled on by default. I don't know if it's on by default. It probably should be. Aaron needs to ask EHG, can I show the game when he is on his podcast? No 800% value. Come on, throws money. They finally gave in with the mats then. They did. It's not auto picked up. You still have to click on it, but it's all auto transferred. I think last Epoch devs care more about the overall gameplay and the features above skills. Skins. Oh, I know. Mike said in Discord it's impossible to 28 Weavers will. Darn it! Skins. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it. I'm gonna cycle start Primalist. Saw that. I think beginning of the season as a Blade Dancer Shadow Dagger build, then storm through Monolith and switch to Marksman Heartseeker. I see. Can't wait to play the Spellblade with the new season again. So there's going to be, okay, let me break it down. I can't give you any details. What I can tell you is there's going to be a bunch of new skill MTX for every single class in Mastery. There is going to be a ton of new cosmetics that will be purchasable, and there will be all new supporter packs. So, obviously, last Epoch, you'll never have to pay for a DLC. You'll never have to pay for an expansion. Everything is included with the purchase of your game, but they are finally like kind of stepping over the line. Not over the line. They're finally stepping into the arena of trying to match their counterparts for cosmetics. How can we get Aaron to break NDA without knowing it? What? We need a strategy? The old supporter packs are leaving April 18th, I believe. So they're also moving towards every season there's new supporter packs. So they just don't stay forever. I bought some MTX for LE and never even figured out how to use it. Okay. You hit I to pull up your inventory. And then there's a tab right here. Appearance. And you click appearance, and then you go whatever the hell you want. Here, watch. Ready? We are a fire paladin now. Unfortunately, cosmetics are online only. I asked specifically about this, and they said they are working on it. They totally hear the offline wanting cosmetics. They are working on it. Oh, let me rephrase. You bought the cosmetics. You didn't even really want it. Any of them? I get it. Offline MTX would be nice. Yeah, people are like, we want to give you money. Please let us give you money. We want our cosmetics in offline mode. Question via WASD movement. Will you still be able to move while casting? Kind of. Anybody that is coming in to Last Epoch excited about WASD movement because you have fallen in love with it in Path of Exile, it is not Path of Exile's WASD movement. It's got a lot of potential, but this is very beta phase. It's very, very beta phase. Very. Answer in 8 PoE2. It is not PoE2. I don't want people to get it twisted because that's I am very nervous. It is gonna hurt EHG bad. It's gonna hurt EHG bad. People are being like, oh, I love PoE2's WASD movement. And then they're gonna play it and be like, this sucks. Blah, 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 blah. Item showcase. You want me to look at something? Increase melee, increase damage over time, increase bleed, physical penetration, health. What are you going to use this on? Your Forge Guard? Bleed hammers? What are you doing? If you could change the CT, how would you do it? Tell us everything. Oh, I would make it where we could show it off to awesome people like you. How was that? Was that pretty good? How was that? I like LE controller better than PoE2 controller, to be fair. Is it because it has hybrid controller support? I will 100% buy cosmetics to support them, right? Aaron, could you add this to your question list when you are with EHG? Diablo 4, any unique that drops goes directly into your chest. No need to pick it up mid-fight in case you die. Do you think EHG would include this? I do not. I do not. EHG has a... they built the game as the true successor to Diablo 2. They... Whether you agree or not, they openly say this. They basically hate any form of auto pickup. Any form. That's even pets picking up gold. Any form of auto pickup they are adamantly against right now. They've started to like soften a little bit that your pets will pick up gold, but still nothing. Still nothing. They hate it. Keep bots out of the game. Yeah, they freaking hate it. So shards will not be auto picked up, they're auto sorted. So again, you kill this boss, woven echoes are on the ground, keys are on the ground, shards are on the ground. One click, everything is vacuumed up and sorted into your key tab, woven echo tab, crafting tab. It no longer goes into your inventory where you have to hit transfer. I honestly don't even like pets in ARPGs. Yeah, I normally don't have my pets up because I always attack them. What about mage sorcerers? They get a variety of builds? It depends. Like, mage already has a huge variety of builds. It just depends on your expectation on corruption. It would be great if you could see MTX on your character screens too. That would be great. Lost Ark did have more bots than people. You are correct. All right, everybody, we're about an hour away. 1 hour away until EHG gets to make their official statement, whatever the hell it is. I wonder if Ghazzy's interview will be longer than Rax and Zizarin. Their interview was like an hour max. Official statement, D4 bad? Oh, brother. By the way, I hate this Harbinger fight. Move the release date from the 2nd to the 28th. I just don't think they're gonna do it. I think there's servers, Twitch drops, there's just so many other things. Dude, last Epoch is so weird in how it doesn't show the boss's life at the top. What is going on? Normally it shows it when you're highlighting him. I wonder if I... There it is. It just popped up. It should be a static bar at the top. Oh. Final ward phase. Dude, you guys are gonna love the changes to boss ward as well. Did you say ward? Oh, geez. What changed? They're changing how quickly it goes down. They're also changing what enemies have ward on them. So they are getting rid of it. They're not getting rid of it. They're changing it. They're tweaking it, silly. Duh. Please, more faster boss ward decay. Please, right? Have you heard of any buffs to disintegrate? I have not. Last season, or I guess current season, they disintegrate got basically a new skill tree. PoE 2 out of 10 bad. I've seen that. Other people write that. I've seen that. Will the ward change be a buff or a nerf? It'll be a nerf to the enemies, a buff to us. You silly goose. What? They've already talked about that. The ward will decay faster and less enemies will have it. I don't know if they've said which enemies will have it. Wait a second. Maybe we could see this. Hold on a second. No, there's no enemies at the top. No, there's no enemies. I really hope Warpath is good and it works with WASD. Warpath is great. It's getting an update and it works great with WASD. I could say that with pretty high confidence. Are we gonna have boss health bars just like it is now? Warpath on controller, 10 out of 10. Yep. Yep. That sounds good. It is good. It is good. Warpath Mike Giga Chad's gonna have a ball with WASD. They are. They are. People are gonna really like Sentinel. Sentinel will be the source of the current season. How everybody's mana stacking. Now you're gonna have Sentinel. People are going to go haywire. I think they are going to talk about ward today too because the focus on balance. Yeah, I think that would be a good conversation to have. Maybe they'll talk about boss ward as well. Oh damn, we're under an hour. Woo, buddy. Under an hour. Ward is not unbalanced. Yeah, right. Just give me some love to endurance. Come on. I like endurance and health regen. Let me compete. Even though it costs insane. It's insane trying to compete. Dude, you know what we need for our Heartseeker marksman. We need that. This is my trophy I bought from the Merchants Guild. I think it was like, I don't know, 100 and it was a lot of goldies. It was a lot of goldies to buy this. I've never seen a 4 LP Gathering Fury in my life. What? Oh. So I'm assuming everybody's running Sentinel. No, I'm running Marksman. I'm running Marksman for the new season. But I'm sure the content creators, most of them will play Sentinel. Source Frostclaw for sure. You're gonna run Frostclaw. There's only a couple skills Mike has openly said are probably getting nerfed. He was like, you know, Frostclaw, Static, Ballista, the ones that just walk in and one-shot Aberoth. You know, if it's like way out of tune, those stuff will be reeled in. I don't care. I like Frostclaw. There's nothing wrong with that. That's good. But also, EHG does not murder builds. So instead of it being, you know, 10,000% the best, it'll be 1,000% the best. It's still the best. I'm back. Got a shower. Hi, Kiko. Hope you had a good shower. If they fix all the bugs on Sabretooth and improve it a little, this is going to be my first character. Ooh. Frostclaw gives me a seizure. Everything is getting something. There's also, I think there's... That face is breaking NDA all over the world. No. No. Every 10 seconds, a random minion is chosen, receiving Frenzy and 200% of the stats on this item. Increased health, health regen, and void. And this is a Weaver's Will item. Minions will have multiple ways to support them. Something like that. Random out of 1. Oh, very good. Correct. Minion rework when? I don't know. I'm sure Ghazzy's going to ask about it. Mike said season 3. I have not tested Sabretooth, just FYI. I have no idea if it's the exact same skill tree or not, but I know there's going to be ways to support it without a skill tree buff. Aaron is not telling everything. What? What do you mean? I want to allow to be a T-Rex. You can kind of make one big raptor. It kind of looks like a T-Rex. Obviously no different. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe they will be releasing it right now. Oh my gosh. We just want to come out and say at the end of the podcast, Last Epoch Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, can be downloaded in 1 hour.
You are a patient man.
I am patient. What's up, Noggin? Thanks for the Prime sub. For cycle starting, would you suggest just doing campaign or doing the skip? You can't skip the campaign if you're starting a season. You have to do it. Now that is juicy. Holy rogue class Falcon. Yep. I am working on a new mana guide build for prepping for season 2. We're going to make an Archon build. An Archon build. Let me explain. The new unique item, Mana Guide, right here, turns your focus into a movement skill. Think of like spin to win, okay? But instead of spin to win, you are a lightning Archon. And you are moving forward, casting lightning blast everywhere. As you are casting lightning blast, you are also using Harbinger of Stars, triggering lightning meteors from your created lightning set. So you're an Archon moving around with focus, lightning blast, dropping meteors. No, it's a little bit of a different Archon than Archon mode from D3. That's more like void focused, you know. Ghazzy's going to ask first question right out of the gate. Yep, he should. We need a D3 Archon form. That would be sick. That would be. What's it like going from level 1 to full Archon? It's good. It's a good feeling. You know, it's like going from a Zealot to a Archon, you know? A Zergling to an Ultralist. It's good. It's a good feeling. Can you apply a set shard to a mismatch item type? Nope. So for example here, you have to use a staff. So I can create my own set staff, but it has to be a two-handed staff. Dang. Yeah, good. Nice try. They're not going to let it be that OP. I don't understand the story for Ellie. Who is the mask guy? Will he be the boss? Oh, he's that. The mask guy is the Woven. So he's like the Woven faction guy. This is the there will be new bosses though. It's already pretty OP. Yep. Orange, thanks for the Prime sub. Right now, nothing on Last Epoch moving forward. It'll be the first question out of the gate in 40 minutes for the dev stream. We'll go full screen and watch it together. 40 minutes. So he's the equivalent of the Forgotten Knight. Correct. Basically, yeah. How many hours do you have left on today's stream? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long Ghazzy's stream will be. I mean, we will at least watch all of Ghazzy's live stream and then do thoughts on it at the end. You don't have to put in standing time. I'll stand during the interview. Save your points. How do you know? I'll know everything. Dude, I am terrified to raise my desk at any point either. Because the way everything is laid out, the power strip moves with it. And I'm just always afraid the power is going to go out. I wonder if EHG is going to cooperate or go scorched earth when answering about the elephant. They're going to cooperate. I've been doing kettlebell exercises, and those have been amazing. That's good. Aaron, because GGG went dirty as far as EHG goes, PoE 2 will have to blow my socks off for me to play PoE 2. If it's not, I will be skipping PoE 2 completely. So here's the thing. I truly believe this. PoE 2's marketing campaign is incredible. Their March 27th live stream is going to blow the socks off everybody. They're so good at presenting information in a positive, exciting way. Like, I feel like March 27th is when you see the, like, Team Last Epoch, screw GGG, I'm playing LE. After March 27th, you'll like, all right, guys, let's start theory crafting our huntresses. That's my guess. Kiko, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. That was when Chris Wilson was GGG. I don't know. I will min-max a build in LE and then float towards PoE 2. That's a great idea. I'm going to make a Heartseeker build during subathon, and then I have to update 37 build guides for the new website. It's easy. That'll barely an inconvenience, you know? Yeah, people talk a lot, but do little. Well, Talkative Try was in chat 2 days ago, and we were talking about it, and he was being very honest. And I said, hey, Talkative, I want you to shoot me straight. All the creators right now that are Team LE, how many of them are logging in to PoE 2 4-4? And he said 95%. He's like 95%. Sounds accurate? Yeah, it's probably pretty accurate. We have months to play the shiz out of PoE 2, and I paid $480 for that damn supporter pack. What if as soon as Ghazzy's podcast starts, it's Chris Wilson for EHG? Oh, man. I don't know. Try is the biggest PoE 2 shill of all time. Is your new website available right now? So this is what I tell people. I ask to go with grace because it's only in its beta form. We're like the LE of build guide sites. But I have secured the rights to actionrpg.com. So I'm the owner of the domain actionrpg.com. We have a team of engineers and developers and designers that are currently building out the new website. We already have news. We've already got the event calendar. Even though the new event calendar is coming out, this will track all the current events in the genre. Last Epoch and Diablo 4's CMS is fully done. So you can go to Last Epoch. You've got news, endgame guides, leveling guides, how-to, and a little helper wheel. So you go Acolyte, pick your mastery, Necromancer, and then it shows you the guides that are currently available. And when you click on it, it'll take you to the build guide. This is a fully non-monetized website, so there's no videos or banners or crap. We're just asking people to go to the website on their phone, because it's built for mobile as well. Don't you guys have phones? And PC, and just push buttons. Because we're gathering data on bugs and things that aren't working. But yeah, it's totally functional right now. We're optimizing it in the background. We're designing PoE 2. And the idea for the website is we'll cover the big three: Diablo 4, Last Epoch, and PoE 2. And then we want to go the entire opposite. We want to be the website for the games that you won't find on the bigger sites. So Dwarven Realms, Dragonkin, Titan Quest, No Rest for the Wicked. Like, you know, indie to AA style games you'll be able to find on actionrpg.com. For the website, it's also supposed to be under infographic. So we're designing it for infographics, which means it's more of a picture book than a novel. You can come here, immediately get all the information you need without having to write a novel. It's as easy to understand as possible, and you're in and out. We already have 2 creators that have signed on. So we have The Curse Friend. So The Curse is signed on. And we also have everyone's favorite Frostclaw Frozen Sentinel as well. Babbling Bike, we rated him the other night. He said, let's chat about coming on as well. So not only will be a site for the littler games, we're also going to be a site for the littler, hungrier creators as well. So yeah, it's pretty cool. ActionRPG.com is live right now. Carbon, exactly. Carbon, 7 cities. Exactly. Exactly. Will EHG drop spoilers for us? I hope so. I hope so. They're doing a fantastic job. Thank you. I keep getting asked about a community build section. So right now we're in, like, again, the very early design sections. So a community build section requires a custom API. Getting access to a custom API or someone that could build one or that can data mine it is literally like up there in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. So right now that is a future plan, but like this is a completely non-monetized website right now. There's no money or cash flow coming in. We're actually just burning money at an exorbitant rate. So that stuff's for the future. I told Tekken I can assist with the APIs. Yeah, you're on the list. You're on the list. Do you want a latte? Yes, please. Yes, please. The coolest thing about the site, and I know this is so stupid, is that we are actionrpg.com. This domain makes me so happy. This domain makes me so happy. Like, I own actionrpg.com. This is not an easy thing to get, by the way. This is like my favorite part. I know it sounds so stupid. It's just very cool. Works well on my phone so far. Good. It was built full mobile in mind. Yeah, I love the domain name. Thank you. Anyways, yeah. Enough about the website. It's up right now. It's up right now. Suggestion, it would be nice to have a slider for the skills and passives. Yes, that would require an API. .com is for the big boys. That's right. I've talked to Frosty LaRue and Hog. We're already creating a team section. We're creating a parody section. I've talked to a couple other people where like a community game, you know, like Snake or something where it like tracks high scores if you're just on the website. Like, we've got so many future plans. Right now we're just trying to make it work. But yeah, it's gonna be a real fun future endeavor that we're working on. Frosty is so funny. I know. Place for the littler guys. Nice bookmark. Thanks, Dean. I appreciate it. Yeah, we have to work with SEO experts to get Google to crawl the site. I mean, there's just the amount of work that goes into like one of these sites is just, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. 36 minutes. Yeah, Carbon's a good one. I like Carbon. And you guys are not even in the SSO scene yet, I know. Aaron, your site scares me. I've never seen a website flow so clean and quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Shin. That means a lot. Dude, when I went to announce the website to stream, I literally had a knot in my stomach. I was like, there once I announce this, there's no putting it back. Like, it's it. It's out there. Carbon is the ARPG I'm most excited for. Dude, I've known the developer of Carbon forever, since they first talked about it. Yeah, we want to get the first 5 games on the site. We want to get the team section up. We want to get all the newer creators signed. We want to get the live button at the top, you know, so that if you're ever on the website, you can see which creator is streaming. We're putting in the event calendar 2.0, where it'll hyperlink exactly to the event and show the game and what's happening to track all the news and the genre.
Evening at Aaron Action RP and chat. Hope you're all well. It's the weekend at last.
What's up, Rotari? We're putting in just hyperlink access, all the upgraded text boxes, be able to reply to there's just phase 2 is going to be fun. Phase 2 is going to be fun. Rotari, how you doing? You think Ghazzy's nervous about leading out? No, I don't think so. He probably already told him he's leading out with it. That's what I would do. Will you be signing Dreadful as well? Perry or Dreadful? I haven't talked to Perry in a long time. I've never had a conversation with Dread. I do not know him personally. We want to answer the question. Wait, the EHG GGG question? Pretty sure Icy is dead. Icy Veins? I know Icy Vein. I don't know if they updated their guides for season 1, or I guess cycle 2. I know they had all their guides updated for game launch. I mean, I legit have no idea. When Roots, Spooky Roots, who runs the section, I asked him about it, and he just said no comment. He said no comment, so I don't know. I'm no longer affiliated with the website known as Icy Veins. Icy needs to stick to WoW. Their D4 section needs work, especially the Barb section. Hey, that was my old section. When I worked for Icy Veins, I owned, it was like 35 guides for LE, all of Barbarian and all of Werewolf. Not Druid, Werewolf. Yeah, feels like an eternity ago. Those lightning bolts are doing mega damage. Well, yeah. Literally the tooltip for meteors at 650,000. Now imagine that. Channeling focus, triggering meteor off your made set. So now you've got an exalted helmet and staff. Maybe even using some champion affixes. Mm-hmm. And by the way, we are fully aware we cannot compete with any of the bigger websites right now. That is not even in the discussions of trying to market the site or draw buzz. Like, you know, I mentioned it during my streams, but right now we're just trying to build the site, make sure it's fast, make sure it's functional, make sure it has accurate information. We've chosen to not monetize it, so there's no ads on it. We just want it to work good. I mean, like Maxroll, it is a site that offers you game advice. Comparing it to Maxroll would be like comparing it to like who'd win in a fight, a tiger or an ant. But it is a website like Maxroll, yes. I used to keep my sets nice and organized. See, look at this tab. Now I do this because I know I'm going to just crush them all. Last errand tools. Sorry if you mentioned it. Do you plan on embedding your stream on the site? No. There'll be no embedded whatsoever. It'll have the live button at the top. Thanks, honey. It'll have the live button at the top, but that will be... Well, unless that's what you mean by embedded. We're not going to do any of the, like, you know, extra life stuff. But it will have a live at the top where you could click on it and see which creators are currently on Twitch. Fill it up with add placeholders, wink. There will be no embedded whatsoever. Wife shows up immediately. Oh, geez. So you'll be able to break down this staff, get shards for a two-handed staff, and then if you put one of those shards on a two-handed staff, it now turns from, you know, blue or yellow or purple to green, and you can now create your own sets with set bonuses. Is the website live now? I just logged in. Yes, if you go to actionrpg.com on your cell phone or web browser, it is currently live. It is currently live. Yep, it's live right now. I more just mean, could I watch your stream from there instead of here? No, it will not be like that. No. I won't have anything embedded like that. Yes, set shards will be locked to the item. So if you want to create your own set for your lightning fireball, you will have to use a two-handed staff and a helmet. You cannot put it on an amulet and boot. Do the set bonus have a chance to fail when crafting? I mean, no, because you're crafting a tier 1. Tier 1 doesn't fail. So it has to have an empty slot. I don't have... Here. So you could put a suffix ring affix here. It has to have an empty slot. So what most people are talking about is you throw your ring set shard on here, then immediately seal it, and then craft it like a regular item. Does that make sense? Hello, guys. What's up, Reddix? I guess if they don't change the schedule, I'll just set up my blinking per hour that week. That's a good idea. I'm sure EHG would give you access to the API. I think they would. I mean, truth be told, I think they would too. Pretty sure they're contracted with Maxroll, but I bet they could. I bet I would be able to get it. Or I could just do like Last Epoch tools and data mine it. But I bet they would do it. Like, they've already been super supportive. They've already said that they will help me market the website once I tell them it's ready to be marketed. They have been very, very supportive. So they are a huge ally for ActionRPG.com. Especially because the first game done is Last Epoch, of course. Yeah, there's a quarter to half a second delay on the item load. That will be removed probably in the next month or two. It's just about optimization pulling the images. But it's actually way faster than it was. It's getting better. It'll just come with time. EHG is a top tier company. They are. 24 minutes. 24 minutes. It's almost time, people. All the season changes will come to Legacy as well. Yeah, that's what they're saying. I turned off low latency under the advanced settings and it worked for me. Stream's not laggy now. Woohoo! Time for some Polka to test the new hardware. No Polka. Ooh, guys. Oh, I didn't set up the I got the polka in. I didn't set up the volume. The volume on said polka. Sure, there's some banked polka up by now. Rude. Oh, gosh. Stockpile them set items. I am. Pick up that arena key. I've got so many keys. There should be channel points for Polka as well. Oh my gosh. You guys have too many channel points. All right, that's enough. Can I ask how you're always so cheerful? How am I always so cheerful? Let me ask you a question before I answer your question. Do you think my cheerfulness comes across as fake? Let me just ask that. Like, oh, Aaron's just this overly positive, chill weirdo. Does that how it come across? 4 kids and a wife? No. No, it feels genuine. I have a wife and 4 amazing kids. This is going to be a very long-winded answer. I worked at Best Buy for 10 years, and I reached the rank of store manager at Best Buy. I got my degree from San Jose State University in business administration, concentration in management. After getting my degree, I moved from Team Blue to Team Red and worked at Target for 9 years. So 10 years at Best Buy as a store manager. Got my degree from San Jose State. 9 years at Target and reached the rank of general manager. So I had my own store. After living in California my whole life, me and my wife didn't like raising our kids there. So we moved to a place that aligned more with our values, and we moved to Idaho. Much slower pace, church on every corner. So 10 years at Best Buy, 9 years at Target, got my degree, a wife and 4 kids, moved from California to Idaho, and got a degree in clinical work. And for 2 years, I helped manage hospitals' dialysis clinics. Very, very different work. So now I went from managing retail workers to managing nurses. Crazy, crazy. And I did that for 2 years. Now, over the 10 years at Best Buy, 9 years at Target, and 2 years in clinical work, I was working for 5 or 6 years on my side, people say side hustle. It was really just like a fun passion project on my YouTube channel. And last year, YouTube/Twitch and my 9 to 5 reached parity in income levels. And, my wife, bless her, said that if I could maintain parity for 6 straight months, which shows consistency, I could quit my job and go full time. I wake up every day feeling overwhelmingly blessed that I get to do this for a living and take care of my awesome wife and my 4 kids, living in this beautiful house, living in the state that I want to live in that aligns with my values. And I'm a very happy person. I'm a very, very happy person. So I know that's a very long-winded answer, but I hope that helped answer your question. Plus, he has a dog. I got 2 dogs. Redix, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you, sir. Thank you. How annoying is taxes for streaming in YouTube? It's actually not terrible. So, my wife laughs at me because I am the CEO of my S corporation for the state of Idaho, Action RPG Inc. So we have an S corporation. That's what's building the website is Action RPG Inc. And YouTube, Twitch, PayPal, sponsorships, signed contracts, everything gets filtered through the S corporation, and then the taxes go through the S corporation. So it's not overly terrible. Right, meow. Do you know the owner of ActionRPG.com? I do know that individual. Hi, is it possible that you can see your character in the menus with the cosmetics? My druid's looking like poop. I cannot confirm nor deny if cosmetics are coming to the character sheet. Sorry. I really hope they do. So, That would be a cool addition. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. An escort corporation? Oh, geez. No. Awesome story. Thanks, T. So it's coming. I didn't say that. I think more importantly, cosmetics need to be in offline mode. I asked them specifically that question, and they said they are working on it. Right. Wink, wink. Is Melee getting a buff in Season 2? Well, Sentinel is not specifically, but a class designed more for Melee. Sentinel is getting the biggest update / change. So I guess indirectly I could say yes. You have a bad poker face. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you ask the CEO of Action RPG if he knows? Oh my gosh, I shouldn't have told that story. I really am an overly happy person. For the most part. I mean, there's things that bug me, but no, I'm a genuinely pretty happy person. And I don't know. Anytime I get frustrated, I take a step back and I think about my old careers. And it's like, man, the difference between frustration now and then is like nothing. It's like nothing in comparison. Yeah, Frodo, I'm everything. Do we know what changes for Sentinel? Volatile Reversal will be a completely new skill. The power that you would gain from Volatile Reversal's old skill has been added to every single skill tree. So every skill tree is getting tweaked and changed as far as their points goes and modifiers. Updates to the passive trees, tons of new gear. Forge Guard will be able to hold a two-handed weapon and a shield. It's just like a Sentinel rework. It's a Sentinel rework. Don't forget the COO, of course. Nothing is worse than Best Buy's frustration. No, I think Target's was worse. And then working in clinical work is very different. Like, man, that's different. That is very, very different. Very, very different. Like visiting patients and patient care. It's pretty wild too. Will shield throw be viable? I will go on record, even though I haven't fully tested it, that shield throw will be viable in Season 2. Everybody, we are 13 minutes away. At least you weren't at Circuit City. There was a Circuit City down the street that shut down. We had Circuit City, Fry's, and Comp USA. They all shut down. You got a shield throw Forge Guard waiting in the wings? Nice. I am very proud of your journey. Thank you. Thank you. Fry's was the best. Fry's was the best if you knew what you were looking for. I'm losing my mind, or is this stream gray-toned? That's so funny. People have been talking about colors, so all my settings have been redone. They were all reset after I built my new computer. This stream is on the new computer. I put in all the settings, but it appears my last Epoch settings, I keep changing them and tweaking them based upon what people are saying. I turned up everything, I turned down everything, brightness levels. It's the HDR. Mine has the same thing. I do have HDR on. Is that what it is? That's exactly what it is. It's the gamma. It looks washed. I bet it's the HDR on the new monitor. Okay, I'll mess with that after the stream. If I turn off HDR, it'll jack everything up. Yeah, that's fine. I'll mess with that after stream. HDR is gross. I had to disable mine. Okay. Yeah, that's a good call. Aaron, why are you stockpiling all this set stuff? Ooh. OLED HDR is awesome. This is my new 32-inch 4K 240 hertz QD OLED Alienware monitor. It's my new center monitor. If you guys haven't seen the new setup, I posted this and I was like, I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to play PoE 2 or Last Epoch. I just can't figure it out. This is my new quad 32-inch setup. I also have a stockpile of set items. That's good. You could play 4 games at once. That's right. Need more screens. We're kind of going for the Minority Report. If anybody's like where you got all the, you know. What's up, Mr. LaRue? There's room for another one? The video card says there otherwise. I'm not going to get a DisplayPort splitter. All right. We are less than 10 minutes. Why don't we set up with Mr. Ghazzy, shall we? It's not even 457s. This is... The controller's right behind this monitor. The controller's right behind there. Oh, and I got my new window. I got a window. Look, you can see the corner of it. We're setting up for the subathon. We're setting up a nature camera, everyone, where there's going to be a camera pointing out this window. That was a good idea that came out of a little meeting we had last night. We're going to have a nature camera. Aaron made me sick. He's a jerk. No, you've been playing too much D4. Okay, let's set up Ghazzy and get this all ready. Let's get this all ready. How many monitors? It's four 32-inch monitors. It's not that many. It's not that many. All right, let's go. Perfect. By the way, my wife told me yesterday, hey, look, wait, I'm in here. Guys, look. I'm in Ghazzy's right screen. See me? The wife told me yesterday, I have this window to my left, and she says you're going to end up like a truck driver. I'm like, a truck driver? She goes, yeah, you kind of end up like Two-Face because you only get sun on one side of your face. So that side of your face ages quicker and has another tan. And then as you age, you end up like Toothpaste. That's what she told me yesterday. She's not wrong. Great. I have the same great monitor. It's nice. Huge props for her to know who Two-Face is. She's smart. Every 6 months, you swap the entire setup to face the other way. Wives gives the best compliments. Smart. She is never wrong. That's right. All right. 6 minutes. We're going to kill the timer. Goodbye. We could probably come down a little to get more chat. You think Ghazzy's nervous? He normally has Mr. Darth with him. Oh, all the notifications. Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn off notifications. Don't get mad at me. It's only for this podcast. There's still music in the background. I know. There, it's gone. All right, I got my little notepad up to take notes. And all right, I think we are good to go. Mike and Carve are joining Ghazzy. Interesting. If you guys don't know who Carve is, I got to spend some time with him in Germany. He is at one point a professional PoE 1 player. He was on stage playing PoE 2 at the last Exile Con. Carve, so just let this sink in. Carve, who was at one point a professional PoE 1 player, probably still is, joined 11th Hour Games for skill design. He's one of the leads for skill design. That's the type of person you have working at EHG. Okay. Okay. At the end of today's stream, we will draw a giveaway as well. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. All right. I'm going to use the potty. You guys can all listen to Ghazzy.
He asked them to move the release a week forward.
Oh, he's already got that look on his face.
You see, Photon, this is what I was talking about. I'm being spammed about it. I am Sam with the 5 gifts to swallow. Thank you so much, Sam. Appreciate that, dude. They're being spammed too? Yeah, I bet. I bet. 3 minutes. We need to do some audio checks, and I need to put up the cameras and everything before we get to start. So it's going to take us a couple minutes. I'm just waiting for them to get ready. Already asked a question about days of people coming in later, or you spam from anyone else coming after the question.
Is EHG gonna change their date? good question. Oh, I should run ads. Hold on, let me manually run an ad. So I could turn off pre-rolls. Oh, I can't. Because one just recently went.
I'm being sent some leaks here. What is this?
Ghazzy being sent leaks? What is it? Oh, I hope it's the Heartseeker tree. My idea, come on. Must be good. Leaks, leaks. He doesn't have a good poker face either.
Give me a second, boys. I'm prepping this. Okay.
Ichi moving to the 4th. Battle to the death. You heard it here first. You can't keep saying that. You heard it here first.
How many lights do you have to get your green screen so clean? That is a wall that's painted green. And I got 2 key lights and I got spotlights in the ceiling.
I know, I'm on his screen. I'm in
this image as well.
It's my minions on X. Aaron lies to his community, here to hear first. Duh. Just kidding. Plausible deniability, sir. Ghazzy looks a little nervous. Huh? Maybe not.
I mean, why would I care about having the goddamn fucking green screen when I can just paint the wall green? I'm being sent some assets for some nice leaks. We should start any minute now. Just waiting for them to get ready. They're sending me over some assets that I could use. Leak them? Oh, I will. I will.
Well, the CEO of Action RPG is going to be watching you. Oh, jeez. I'm excited for this one. What are some leaks they could show?
All right, let's see. Let me mute myself and them so I can set this up first. So I'll be muted for a little bit.
Idle crafting, what a created set looks like. Heartseeker tree, volatile reversal tree, node changes that haven't been shown, uniques that haven't been shown, MTX that hasn't been shown. New Sigils of Hope. Oh, Atlas tree nodes that haven't been shown. More suggestive portals. Oh, gosh. Should be starting anytime, everybody. He's just getting them in. Technically, they're 3 minutes late. Vince going LE over PoE2. Unique Echoes. LE will not kill PoE2. PoE2 will kill PoE2 before LE does. LE is amazing, though. It is good. I see Mike and Carve. Ah, Discord magic. See, Town Portal podcast, we have all this set up beforehand. Well, we tried to. I saw a pic. Is that Mike? Yes, it's Mike. Mike looks leaner each day, right? He's lost so much weight. What the hell? Is that an LE box set behind him? What the hell is that? Oh, it's his LE computer case. It's his LE computer case. He's not sick, no. Wait, I forgot. Carve works for LE, right? Yes.
There we go.
Carve is
All
a
right,
senior
boys.
skill
We're
designer.
doing some audio checks. So we can start with Mike then, from left to right.
Hello, this is Mike. I'm talking in my microphone.
Too
How about
loud,
that?
too low.
Sounds good.
The chat has to say. Sounds good. All right.
Wonders.
Carve, you're up.
1, 2, 3, Toril. Here we are.
Totally.
Too loud, too silent.
Mike always seems cheerful
Seems in
too.
chat.
Mike is a cheerful guy when I spend time with him.
Totally good.
Mike got a haircut
good,
for
good,
stream. Damn.
All right, everybody says good. A bit quiet. Wait, who's quiet? Twitch chat saying good though. Carve a bit quiet. I'll raise him up then. Try again.
And then
Carve.
suddenly I'll move closer to my mic and I'm gonna be super loud. It's gonna be great.
Is what it is. Part of the job, right? I think we got everything.
Did
You
you
guys
see
just
Mike
wanna
had an
jump straight
earthquake on
into it?
stream? Yeah, we were watching it live.
Yeah.
All
let's
right.
go.
Let's make a little quick intro then.
Hello, Aaron Action
Hi,
RPG.
everybody. Welcome to my interview with
CEO,
last Epoch devs, Mike
ActionRPG.com.
and Carve. It's been a while since I saw you, Carve. It's what, XLCon, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see you again. And Mike, we've had a couple of interviews in the past already. So welcome aboard, everybody. How you doing, Mike?
Doing great. Feeling good. It's I always love doing these, so excited to see what we get some spicy questions in here, and we've got some good stuff to share.
For sure, for sure.
What is he talking about? Sorry
Yeah,
for yelling.
I'm good. Pretty excited. We got some good stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
So,
Photon sent me some images here in the Discord here that we're going to be showing. Quite excited to show these, actually.
yeah, there's probably more images to be coming later that we just didn't want to dump immediately here. So yeah.
All right, that's fair, that's fair. All right, well, we have about 1 or 2 hours to basically put you guys in the furnace. So I'm just going to go straight into this. And you guys have been spammed. I've been spammed. Everyone's talking about it. I'm going to get rid of the elephant in the room. And that is obviously the scheduling. 2 days after you guys are launching, PoE 2 is coming out. What's
Here
the
we
take
go.
here? Like, what's the... how do I read this room? Because everyone's kind of upset about it.
Yeah, we're disappointed along with everyone else on this, and we're just focusing on our season 2 right now, and just building the hype and excitement for what we've got coming out. That's our big focus right now.
That sounds good.
Yeah, we got good stuff coming in, so it's worthy to get excited for. So
Yeah.
I'm
no,
disappointed, but yeah.
Oh, of course. Of course. I mean, I've been trying my best not to spill the beans on the CT stuff, but the stuff I've seen is very exciting.
Thank you.
Well, let's go into
It's
what
hard
we're
not
gonna...
to say anything, though, isn't it?
I know. I'm just sitting here with a grin on my face. People asking questions. What about this? What about that? And I'm like, I know exactly the answer to that. Well, we haven't gotten access to everything, which I think is good. And I've been trying not to explore too much of the in-depth stuff. So on launch, a lot of things will still be kind of fresh for me, which is going to be very fun. So this interview, we're going to be focusing on basically class rework and balance. So those are the main overlaying themes of this interview. So that's the questions we're going to be following up for the rest of this interview is going to be with that theme. And I'm going to start off with number 1 in my little list here, which is about meta shakeups and how you guys are intending to tackling balance in general, both in terms of timelines, such as, only having changes on every launch or mid-seasonal changes, and also asking if the idea is to nerf outliers at the top or rather exclusively bringing underperforming builds
That's
up
good,
on
Frosty.
par.
Yeah, it's it's a combination approach of basically everything you've got there. So we really want to take those builds that are crazy outliers, because there's a few of them that are a little wacky what they can do, and bringing those down to the realms of reality. And but we are raising the floor on a lot of builds right now. So there's a lot of new stuff coming in that's going to make a lot of builds that were not working, not having a great time. You get to Endgame, you're trying to push through some of the more difficult content. So bringing the floor up on a lot of builds is really important at the same time. Getting everything into that like 80%, 80 to 100% range is I think it's the goal in general, yeah. And we're not really interested in the mid-season changes yet. So we are still focusing on that, getting things near the start of the season as much as possible.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
when we asked the community, don't even remember where it was about mid-season changes, they were pretty against it.
What's up,
for that
Reimer?
reason. It's like, imagine playing something really fun and then it just gets nuked out of orbit because it was just too good. So we generally try to avoid that as much as possible, and then only like do it like buggy interactions and whatnot. So yeah.
That's
But
fair.
what comes to the nerfing.
What did they say about GGG? They said they're disappointed. They're focused on their own release. That's it.
This patch, the floor is gonna come up because we have new stuff that's gonna give you new power. So obviously the maximum amount of power you can get is gonna go up, and then the gearing, like the plateau of how quickly you start having issues upgrading your gear, is gonna last longer because there's gonna be so much new stuff to help you craft. And obviously, let's say, this is random numbers. Let's say you have 1,000 builds, and out of those 1,000 builds, there's like 10 that are like just like 1,000 times better than everything else. It's a lot easier to target nerf those down while buffing the rest a bit versus trying to bring everything up, because that would also buff the overperformers. Because when the games get as complicated as we have, if you buff something, it's most likely going to affect something else too. Because we have like stuff like triggering other abilities, and if you buff an item that is used in like 10 builds, then every build is going to get a buff and so on. So
That's fair. I remember former class lead design Adam Jackson for Diablo 4. He used a hand gesture and basically said they want to have builds within this frame, and they want to bring builds above this line down to this frame, and builds beneath it up to that frame, and have basically everything exist within this parameter of build performance. And we have other games like PoE, for example, who are perfectly fine with builds basically just being really bad. And then they want to try to have a kind of a healthy frame in this hand gesture moment here, with a couple of outliers every meta shakeups that are performing a bit better. What is the approach of that kind of theme moving forward with Last Epoch? Are you okay with builds being underperforming, or do you want all of the builds to exist within this parameter?
I mean, I think it's a good way of describing it, and I think in a perfect world, everything would be in that range, where like there are certain things that need to be more stronger, and there are certain things that need to be weaker in order for like you feel like when you're making good decisions in the game, and you're like, hey, I figured out a way to make my build stronger. Something has to be weaker for that to be true, and so there's never nothing. Getting everything to the exact same level is a fool's errand, and it's never going to work. It's never going to happen, and we don't want to. But yes, getting everything into a closer range.
Thanks, Grim.
Where, like,
Thank you.
The lower performing ones are still viable is ideal. We know we're never going to have, like, if someone wants to try and take some build that is, I get in trouble when I say.
I'm going to mute them really quickly throughout this interview. Don't worry, it'll be fast. So far, nothing has been asked around if they plan on pushing back the date or dropping it early. That has not been asked yet.
That's fair.
yep.
All right, so we're going to move on to the next question, which is kind of a big one, and it's about defenses. The first one we're going to cover is balanced approach comparing health versus ward. And we've been
this is a
in this
good
pendulum swinging
question.
back and forth. We had this huge life meta, and then it swung back to ward meta. Then we was back to life meta, and then we're back in ward again. So what's the approach of
It's
available
always been
toolkits and
ward.
balancing the differences between health and ward moving
Always
forward from
ward.
here?
Yeah, we might just end discussing this topic for the rest of the podcast.
Yeah.
If we, so you're right. Ward has been really good and it's been really bad. And on launch, it was really good. And then we brought it down a bit. Not enough. So there's going to be more changes to slightly nerf ward.
Oh, he
where
said it.
It needs a nerf, but we're also buffing health.
Oh, he said it.
I think the first thing would be that int is just a very good stat to stack. You
Rip.
get all the crazy stuff, especially for specific classes like Acolyte and a Mage. So we are reducing the ward retention you get from int from 4 to 2%, and then we're going to be targeting cases where skills or passives are just very good at generating ward out of like nowhere. I think we gave you a picture of one of the nodes for Acolyte.
The putrid? I can bring it up.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, so that one specifically, you get ward when you hit a target that is afflicted by Spirit Plague. So that is just whenever you hit something that has it, you get ward. With 3 points, that's like 12 ward per hit. And with some cool skill interactions, you can get a lot of hits per second. Especially because stuff like Bone Curse is considered a hit. So you get like double the effect there. So what we're doing is we are curtailing the power of like these absolutely insane amount of applications per second, but we're buffing the individual cases. So builds that aren't like abusing those 1 million hits a second are gonna be better, and those that were abusing are gonna be worse. So we got cases like
I'm
this
in the way.
in a couple items. I think just a couple rings that have like ward on hit and stuff like that. And then overall, ward is just like way too easy to get from passives and skills. So we're moving a lot of that into items. So there's a couple new like I think affixes for ward. So it takes more gear now to get that.
So basically, the power is moved more away from the passive, the free access, and moved into gear progression to build it up. And just if everyone's clear, this one up here is the current version of Putrid Recovery, and the one down here is after the changes on the bottom here.
Yeah, so numbers going up. It's a big buff, right?
It's quite extensive, yes.
Unless you were hitting like 100 times a second. Then
Then it's
a nerf. Yeah. As for health, health was basically all tied to gear in most cases. You get a decent amount of passives and whatnot. But then we have like these crazy items like, the Stout Idol that has a double health. It has increased health and it has a flat health. So I think we removed the flat health from there.
Yep.
And then, because it's now we're nerfing the health belts there. So what we ended up doing is we're buffing some of the health values and affixes.
Did anybody hear that?
I think we introduced 1 or 2 new health affixes, like hybrid affixes. One is regen, so regen is going to be pretty good this patch. Which previously haven't really been. It's only like couple very specific builds that were really good with regen, but now it's going to be
like the Vessel of Strife, right, from Julra. Is it?
Yeah. Oh, that item might specifically have been nerfed a tiny bit to compensate.
God damn it.
Yep. And then we also increased the health gain.
They killed my unicorn. Double health
you get whenever your character levels
idol
up.
is gone.
In season 2, it's going to be 10. So you're just going to get more health just from levels as well from that.
And health potions are more effective now too.
Okay. Do you guys think that this is going to be enough to get like a balance between the two, so you don't feel like you're scuffed for playing life or the other ward instead? Do you feel like they're going to be pretty balanced for this? Or
You just got a 530 last week.
You're going to see health builds especially in classes that are good with it, and you're hopefully also seeing ward builds for those classes, especially like Mage and Acolyte, because they have a lot of support for that, so they should be good with it. As for like the ultimate, like I've seen a lot of talk about we should just cap ward to be like a percentage of your max health or something like that. I mean, we could do that, but it's just boring. It's just boring. We'd rather try to try to slowly balance it so they're
I'm gonna
both
turn off the
really
HDR
good
next
and
stream.
cool.
I
Maybe
can't
some
turn it off
hybrids
now.
where you do both.
It'll
and
screw
stuff
everything
like that. Because it's just fun trying to break the game with stuff like that. It's just fun.
Fair enough. I mean, I like the approach, especially like with removing the whole double life idols. It's so frustrating is a good way to put it. At least for COF, to try to find these double life idols because of how valuable they are for the defensive layers of your character. But speaking of defensive layers, there's another question we have, which is about the crazy differences in performance between different ailments. And the question is if this is going to be tackled in the new season with ailments specifically. I'm not talking about just taking the damage from ailments, but also applying those type of ailments. So is there something you could cover or leak for us here regarding this for season 2?
I mean, there's no leak. There's only teasers and knowledge, I guess. You'll be taking less damage from damage over time overall, just globally. Enemies will deal less damage to you now. I think it's like 15%.
15, yeah.
And then on top of that, corruption. You know, the corruption providing more damage to enemies. That is half as effective for dots. So if they, grant 200% more damage, they only get 100% damage for dots.
Okay. Because I've been doing some rounds talking to some Last Epoch creators that mainly make content for Last Epoch. And Sagan Survives is a content creator that I was talking to that had a question specifically about damage over time that you take because of how reducing the dot damage taken and higher corruptions it has become such a mandatory stat. So the changes you were talking about, lowering the corruption impact on that specifically, is the solution to that problem. Am I understanding you correctly then?
Yeah, right. So we could just introduce more different mechanics for you to reduce dot damage, but then that puts more pressure on gear, which you already have a lot of pressure on gear for.
Yep.
Damage mitigation.
Huge.
We're scaling like the damage and health of enemies with corruption like at the same time, so they end up doing more damage before they die from your damage. So it's very heavily lopsided to just investing in the defense in the end game in Last Epoch currently.
Fair enough.
As for some of the elements that players do, so specifically 2 elements tied to Sentinel. So Electrify, which is like the holy lightning damage over time, is getting a lot more support for Paladin now. I think you might have a couple pictures of that somewhere.
Yeah,
we do actually.
Oh, I might have to kill my
so
camera. I'm ready.
Like impossible to get things that scaled with it, and there's
had
very
like a couple
little
uniques. Yeah, it had like a couple uniques that were basically you had to use them. They're probably still gonna use some of them. I think we nerfed some of them a tiny bit because we made it just more accessible to actually scale Electrify as a Paladin now. So we introduced a new affix, which I think spawns both on helmets and body armors, which is just Electrify chance with lightning skills. And then on the Paladin passive tree, there's some more Electrify support, as well as a new, an actual scaler. There's a new node that provides you more lightning damage over time based on your crit multi. So if you have 300% crit multi from gear.
Stop talking
so
and show it. Oh, geez.
The crit multi on top of the base. So the base crit multi isn't calculated here. So if you have 300% crit multi, that's I think 150% more lightning damage over time. So maybe there's some hybrid hit dot lightning builds out there. Who knows?
I think we've got a picture for that one too, actually.
Yeah, we do.
The
Judgment of Storm.
Yes, I have.
It's the node. Yes.
Here's the Electrify example.
Judgment of the Storm.
It's ridiculous.
This is for the Electrify support for Paladins.
Yeah.
Which has a threshold node. A very important point out. It's a threshold node, which we kind of want to see more in Acolyte, by the way. Shock chance, lightning, rest, shred, and electrify chance. And the threshold is you'll deal more lightning damage over time, multiplicative with other modifiers per 2% adequate multi above the base 200.
So April 2nd is
So
tomorrow.
that's how you bypass the base. Then say we added or crit multi above that is what's adding to it.
Yep. And somebody in the chat asked if this affix is only for Sentinels, and yes. Sentinel, well, Paladin more specifically, because it's the ailment is like the holy themed, so that's why it's very heavily tied to just Sentinel and Paladin specifically.
Does that mean that the Electrify modifier would only show up on Sentinel specific items?
Yes, that affix, the electrify chance with lightning skills, is only for Sentinels. Just like you have like plus level of skills for individual skills for different classes.
Sentinel's
Or,
got
like,
lots of new toys this
So
season.
then I would
Yep.
assume that if you get the craft shards for that modifier, you can then put it on non-sentinel pieces as well. But you will never drop a non-sentinel piece that has that modifier on it.
No.
Like you want crafting it.
No,
on
no, it has to
just
always go
because-
on Sentinel. You cannot get that mod on any class other than a Sentinel.
Can't even craft it on it.
No,
Yep.
no way.
Same thing. Yeah, same thing for other
Yep.
like affix like that. And then the other ailment is something that people know exists, but it's basically just a the stat that you have for some builds, and that's time rot.
You have an image
and
for that too.
yes, time rot is actually a ailment now that you can make pretty crazy. We didn't want to just make it like every other ailment, which would be uncapped, which caused a lot of the problems with balance and just tech issues. We're not gonna probably go into too much with that, but that meant we had to have like unique scalars for it, basically, because like uncapped ailments, you get like pen, you get damage, you get duration, like how many you can apply as soon as possible. So since time rot is still capped at 12, we need to find basically more multipliers for it that allow you to scale the damage of it. So one of them is time rot chance with void skills.
This node is ridiculous.
And this does not account for the chance on individual skills. So this is like the global stat. So if you have a lot like warpath, let's say had like 100% chance, that wouldn't apply for this. So this is just globally from like passive skill trees. Sorry, not skill trees. Gear like idols. Or
2 of my Sentinel builds are getting direct
in this
buffs.
case again, body
Yep.
armor and helmet, because we made an affix for that. And then we have slow, because that's very thematic. Time rot, it's a time based, right? So we have slow, and then we have the lowest of, I think it's attack, cast, and throwing speeds. So you have to invest in all of those 3 stats, and it picks the lowest as the multiplier. So there's you can get this to do some crazy damage now. Previously, it was just basically a debuff for some abilities, like Racing Strike does like more damage if enemy has 12 stacks of it. But now you can just make time rot actually do damage.
I just messaged Mike and said you aren't needed
No, for sure.
this
one's,
podcast.
really, really interesting. You guys were talking about this in the previous interview with spreading out some of the power.
He
from the
responded. I
Sentinel
can't tell you
general
what he
to
responded
create
with.
more of a balanced approach to it, right? And this is one of those changes to allow the time rot to be more of a competitive damage approach, right? That's my understanding of it, at least.
What a troll. Me?
Yep,
What do you mean?
You will be able to see. You will be seeing
I'm
time
gonna
rot
turn
builds
chat off on screen. There's too much
in
other
season
crap.
2. Yes, you will definitely be seeing them.
For sure. Let's move over to another question, and that is, well, actually, before we move over to the question, I do want to talk about damage over time and ailments. We've seen the time rot stuff, electrify. Are there any other changes to existing dots like frostbite or poison, for example?
I don't think we have any actual changes to any of those ailments, but as
You are mean.
we
No.
create more items that support those ailments, they can get better. Like bleed probably has the most amount of support from different ailments.
Fair
That's
bit, I
also
think.
because it's
Learned I
available
less
for
this
basically
season,
every
duh.
single class in the game. We
CEO
have the
trolling,
electrify that
oh
is
gosh.
very tied to just being Paladin. We have frostbite that is basically Mage, Primalist, and now we're slowly adding some of that into.
They
into
need
Rogue,
poison support.
with
Poison's
some of
terrible.
the changes. But yeah,
Fair enough.
there isn't any actual ailment changes to themselves this patch.
All right.
No, the base functionality of those ailments is staying the same, but there are other things that can affect those coming.
Okay. Gonna be exciting to see. Moving over to the next topic, it is monoliths, which is kind of like the main theme of the season, essentially the end game, right? So Endgame is being heavily focused for this specific seasonal launch, and I guess the question, or one of the small questions we can start with here is, will we have player agency control over manually using individual monoliths? Like examples could be like Scarabs or Deliors in PoE, for example. Is that something you guys are planning to do?
Yes.
Yes. Care to elaborate?
Juicing.
Do you want to take this? Or
Yeah, I can talk about this. So, one of the main key features of this patch and this whole season is woven echoes, and those are specific activities that you know what they're going to be. You can see what they're going to be. You physically place them into your timeline echo web, and you can make new paths opening up with them. You can connect nodes that you're like, oh, I don't want to go through this one. I want to go around it. You can make paths around it now. And they are itemized. So they are things that you are going to be finding out in the world. And as you find them, you'll be able to be like, okay, now I've got one of these in my pocket. I can go do this whenever I want. And you can start it. It sits into the web. So it behaves, it respects the distance from the center modifiers and corruption modifiers. And all of those apply to it, so you can juice up some pretty sweet stuff there if you want.
He said juice,
not
medic.
quite in the same.
Did you hear him? Juice.
Not in the same sense that you can use it in other systems. But yeah, there's a lot of customization that you can have with what content you're going to be tackling that you just didn't have before.
Yeah, to add there a bit maybe. We are not really keen on like super micromanagement stuff like, you know, Elder Rings or the old sextants in PoE or scarabs on Delirium orbs like that. So it's actually very challenging to try to come up with systems that allow you to do that kind of choosing that doesn't devolve into this massive amount of preparation for every single area that you go to. We have maybe, I think we have a few of the woven echoes that will have an impact on other woven echo, like other echoes, also sometimes in woven echoes when you do them. But we don't have crazy plans or adding this patch, anything like that you would think of like scarabs or tablets and towers in PoE 2 or stuff like that. we're very on the go in, have fun, you get out, then you go into the next one instead of setting up half an hour to go in and then do a bunch of stuff.
Is Carve talking crap?
You just
Oh
talked about
my
the teaser
gosh.
showing the inventory tabs, right? Can we assume that these juicers, if you will be available in a separate tab, or will we have our inventory clogged up with these?
Every single woven echo has a slot on the tab, yes.
Just to verify.
Yeah, they each have their own individual slots that they go into, and there's an option to have them
Get
go
'em,
directly
Carve,
there
get 'em.
automatically without having to sort them there manually. They just go in. They never touch your inventory if you don't want them to. If you do want them to go into your inventory, you can.
Okay, so you can move them out if you want to. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
You can, I think it's shift right click. You can just spam those and they will be dropped from the inventory to the ground if you want to. And obviously you can just pick them up on your inventory and then press the button to slurp them in at the same time if you like that. But yeah, they will all be with you all the time. And I think it's also shared between the stash. So yeah, you'll just have them there with you all the time.
It should be stash linked. So yeah, so
Let
all
him
of
have
your
it, Carve. Go
non-solo softcore characters have them, and all of your non-solo hardcore characters have a separate set. They're not shared between those things. So everyone that shares a stash shares the Woven Echoes stash.
Okay, I do have a follow-up question then. I mean, it sounds great, and I love the idea of player agency. Same thing with the whole shards being automatic and assumed, crafting shards that is, or you can choose to have them in your inventory to click the transfer button. I have no idea who's psychopathic, like the psychopaths that would actually want to do that, but they exist. However, these things being itemized, if you will, to become an actual physical item, if you will, that kind of brings up the question whether or not are they tradable and giftable as well. No,
they're not tradable or giftable. However, because you can bring anyone into your Echo Web, you can just start it in your Echo Web and bring someone else with you, and they get the full benefits from it. So it's they're shareable in the sense that you can do them together in a party of people, but you can't.
Mike looks insane standing there smiling.
You go take this one. They're not going to be for sale on the auction on the bazaar.
He's happy.
Yeah, they are locked. They're character.
Mike said bazaar. I heard it.
Bound.
Okay.
But yeah,
yeah, it's the same case for everything that is a like an unmodifiable item, like runes, shards, stuff like that. We could go into a very deep rabbit hole discussing why that is, but there is a world where those might be tradable in the future. But it requires some big changes to how item factions work.
Okay.
But it is something that is
I have no idea what
technically
he's actually
possible,
talking about.
but it runs into some design problems. But yeah, maybe we'll talk about it at some point.
We'll get there. All right, moving over to the next part of the endgame is the current state of bosses have a ward system that prevents them from essentially getting one shot and or kill too fast. There's obviously a lot of comments around the system, including things like Culling Strike, where you execute the monster at a certain life threshold, having a severely diminished value as a result of this. And it's considered more often a moment of frustration. So the
Boss
question of
ward
this is,
time.
how is this system going to be changed in the new season, if at all?
Well, yeah. First of all, it doesn't actually like full one-shot prevention is not there. Like if you hit it hard enough that you can deal enough damage for all of its health and all of the ward bars all at the same time, it will just one-shot it. Like so that is technically possible to do. You can one-shot them if you have enough damage up front. It doesn't create like spots where it just like removes all damage off and then you have to start over or something like that.
Static Orb begs to differ.
But yeah, it's a hotly debated topic for sure, and it is providing we think a very important functionality to the end game system. But at the same time, it is showing up in a lot of places that it doesn't need to. So we're removing it from almost the vast majority of cases that are that have it. It's not going to be there anymore. It's just going to be a straight health bar like normal. And then in the more significant, like really grandiose boss fights, those are going to still have a boss ward system, because and what it really does is it does help those builds that are maybe struggling to do quite as much damage to get those boss fights a little bit quicker.
So when you say that like there's a line where they're not needed, now they're needed. We don't have to go into the detail of it, but I guess the only question I have is, does this mean that the campaign bosses do not have this ward system anymore?
I think it's on some campaign bosses, but it's nowhere close to as what you've used to seeing.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm a pro boss ward man.
Yeah. Also for the kill.
Sorry?
Yeah. Also for the kill threshold part of that question, we think it's a good thing because it's very, very powerful. So it actually doing that is, it's a good thing that it produces the power.
Big bosses. This is a good way of understanding it.
Kill
Big
threshold
bosses
is
still
really,
have
it's almost
ward.
mandatory without a system like this.
Nemesis, Exiled
even
Mages,
with it, it's still crazy powerful.
Monolith bosses.
But that's not like a bad thing to have that you need to slot in, because basically every class does have access to it in some way or another.
That's true. Another endgame question or monolith question is a rather big one covering corruption in general. So favor farming, which is also impacting item acquisition, experience gain, and LP item chances, for example. But most importantly, favor farming being such a big factor in how you progress your character. It seems very heavily favored around a 1,000 corruption at the moment, in the current state of the game at least. So I guess the question comes down to what the intended corruption that EHG wants people to consider to be the actual end game for
this
good
is Lizard's
and
question
great or beyond builds.
Before Mike goes on a rant here, one thing that we didn't say about the boss ward is that it also just decays faster now.
Oh, that's even better. Thank you.
Carver and I debate this. We were prepping for this. We actually got into a bit of a debate on this topic ourselves. So it's something that is, it's not always cut and dry on what the best idea is. And I think as long as there's like crazy, like extreme outlier builds, there's going to be it's going to be a bit of an issue. And bringing those extreme outlier builds down is probably the most important part of balancing this, I think.
So
good
answer. You say a good endgame build. What is the considered
300
corruption level from ESG standpoint? Then
I would say if you have a build,
you go ahead.
Sorry,
go.
I'll go. Yeah,
you go.
If you. Yeah, like Mike was about to say, it's very hard to quantify that because there's so many things that you can do with your builds. And if you make nothing but bad decisions with your builds, it probably shouldn't be able to do a certain amount of corruption. And we want there to be options for people to also make bad builds, because if you can't make a bad build, you can't really make a good build because everything's the same. As for, let's say that you have a the decent understanding of the game and how to make a build, if it can comfortably do like 300 corruption, I'd call it a successful build. The amount of, with so many topics right now in my mind right now. So when we're talking about the like the favor farming and whatnot, we already have diminishing returns starting from, I think, is it like 300 corruption, then 500 corruption, and then finally on the 1,000 mark, the benefits you get from each point of corruption for experience matters a lot less. Yeah. So
correct. It's practically
and then there's
zero.
the question of, okay, should at some point there be nothing anymore? And the only thing that matters anymore, like when corruption rises, the only thing that goes up is the difficulty. Because if we were to do that, now we are setting a very specific threshold that means viability for every single build in the game. If it's at 500, there's a lot of viable builds. If it's at 1,000, suddenly there's a lot less viable builds. If it's at 2,000, so we'd rather
Carve is so smart.
I don't want to say not punish. We rather reward people for being able to do higher difficulty, but it's just a question, like there's a balance of how much should they be rewarded for, and that's why we do have the diminishing returns. Maybe those should be higher. Maybe the corruption scaling should be faster than it is right now. There's a lot of questions around this. Just ignoring the balance, there's a lot of like pure design questions here that needs to be answered before you get and decided on before you can get proper decisions made there. And we have people we debate this a lot internally. So yeah.
It's also about, there's an important factor here about the time it takes to get that corruption as well. So at some point, if it is a like what paths you have to, how fast you can increase your corruption, and how long that actually takes of gameplay time. Because we want you to stay challenged. We want you to stay. That's the important thing, is that you are still being challenged as you're advancing the difficulty of content that you're like able to do. So you get more powerful, but you still get challenged because you still have more challenges to take on. And having that curve feel good is really important.
That's fair.
Oh, yeah,
my next question was to talk about the time requirement in moving from normal monos to corrupted ones. But before I touch on that, I want to verify one question. In the current state of the game, the Aberoth, the big endgame pinnacle boss, is something you unlock at 300 corruption. Now we're being told that fight is going to be made slightly easier, and the power scaling your character is going to go up a bit as well. Like the very ground is going to move up, the bar. With these things in mind, are we going to still see this first initial version of Aberoth being at 300 corruption? That's not changing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not changing, and it's still going to be there isn't many like nerfs to it. It's still going to be a challenging fight for a lot of people, and
Got to learn the mechanics
that aren't like super optimized. It's still going to be a difficult fight.
Like bringing a homebrew build to Aberoth as you've just finished 300 corruption is going to be a very significant achievement to be able to do. Right now, most people are hitting 300, trying Aberoth, and being like, I'm nowhere near powerful enough. I've got to farm a bunch at 300, and I'm actually going significantly above 300 before I'm able to do Aberoth. And
we'll
so you're still
attempt
gonna
Aberoth at 500 normal.
Probably still going in.
But now with sets, idols, and easier, maybe 4.
If you're not on a heavily optimized build, it's still going to be very, very significant accomplishment to be able to complete it right away.
It's also a very interesting discussion that we originally had the Aberoth access. I think it was at 500 or 600 corruption. And we got a lot of feedback that it would be fun to be able to attempt the fight much earlier, even if the difficulty of the fight isn't quite correspondent to
I agree.
when you have access to it. So if Aberoth took like, I don't know, 600 corruption, it would take you a bit longer to get to. You would have easier time fighting it, because if you can do 600 corruption, you're going to have a lot easier time fighting Aberoth as well. But we wanted, and that's also why we provide you like 10 Harbinger eyes for testing, like attempting it. If you really want to push yourself and try to learn the fight already immediately at that point. So.
Okay, that's fair. So what about the time requirement on your very first character? There are catch-up mechanics in your ults, but the time requirement in moving from normal monos into the corrupted versions on your first character, what's the changes happening there, if any?
So easy now with envy
I think
glyphs.
the only changes for that come from the Weaver tree. I don't think we have any other changes coming, but you can specialize your Weaver tree a bit so that you can get there faster.
It's pretty
Not
damn
by
fast.
much, but it's already pretty
fast.
fast. If you just push one timeline with the mechanics that exist in game, like Glyph of Envy, and then use the catch-up mechanic for the other timelines, it's surprisingly fast already. And speaking of the alts, we are adding couple new cool things for alts to be faster. So the normal timeline is now shared. So if you have a character in Empowered Monoliths and you make an alt character, you don't need to go through all of them anymore. You just go do one of the 90s, I believe, and you go straight to Empowered again if you want to.
That is a massive
And then,
change.
yes. And then the other one is we had items to push corruption faster, but let's say that you have that one character at 1,000 corruption.
Yeah.
It can feel a bit daunting to think, okay, if I have like this crazy gear prepared for my next character, and you just want to go, fight actual harder corner with that. It takes a while to get back to the 1,000. So one of the Woven Echoes
you could share your
allows
corruption.
you to catch up corruption from the highest corruption in the stash. So if you have one character at 1,000 corruption and then you make the alt, once you complete that Woven Echo, it gets to that corruption that the other character was.
That's also really big. These are good changes.
That's very big. That's very big, yes.
And that's something that you can farm on the first character and then use on the second character still because it's shared across the stash as well.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
The only play mode that doesn't have that is if you're playing solo character found, because it's a like actual full individual character. And
You can now share your corruption with any character that can share the same stash. Is how it works.
Yeah, it
Wow,
is stash
I know.
shared. So yeah, everything as long as the two characters have the same access to the same stash, then they will have this mechanic working with them.
That's fair. One of the questions we have in the list is the massive amount of extra content included in the new season, and the question was about whether or not capping corruption scaling had been brought back to the table, but we kind of already covered that part, so I'm just going to skip that one. And instead bring up another question, which is from another Last Epoch creator called Lizard_IRL, and he was talking about the idea of the expectant approach that ESG has to the game. The question goes as follows. And that is that a lot of us are rather interested in hearing this. It is to circle back to a commonly asked question from the past. And that is to ask what the expected DPS threshold EHD wants players to reach to handle X amount of corruption. So essentially what I'm trying to get at here is it seems like the expected endgame approach is to make the normal version of Aberoth be a fight most people can handle, or if not all people can handle this. So I guess the question to come down to actually get a proper question out of this rant, with me rambling on, is there a DPS threshold that you guys want people to achieve at, say, the Aberoth fights?
And the short answer is no. We don't have a really fixed DPS that we've gone and measured. Like, oh, this character with this type of build can do this much DPS or anything like that.
0.00001.
Like just measure DPS and compare that from build to build as a balancing metric, really, because there's lots of secondary effects that builds do, like abilities they have access to that can really change how they perform in different situations. So, like if, as an example, I guess if a boss is applying slow to you, and your build because you've gone full glass cannon, full DPS, and you don't have a way to cleanse that slow, you can't really complete that fight effectively. Maybe you're like, okay, I have to go rethink my build a little bit, and I've got to take some DPS away, and suddenly a DP. So you have like a way to get
what's
cleansing into
EHG
your build,
gonna say?
and
Yes.
Suddenly this build that has
You
less
need
DPS is actually
800,000 at the training.
And
like
so,
that is the most
strictly
ridiculous
just
question.
DPS doesn't tell the whole story, and it does. I guess it is something that we can use to like get a view of some parts of what the build can do, and it is probably the most important part of what a lot of builds can do. But once you get into really, really heavy late game, defenses and utility become more and more and more and more important. And so we don't really want to put a number out there to say like this is what we expect your your DPS to be at any point, and we don't have good tools for our players to measure their DPS strictly as well. So it's especially character to character comparison.
With the target dummies being in the game, like just a little side question to that: is there any ideas, or are you guys against the idea of adding like a DPS meter check on the target dummies? Is that something you guys would consider?
It gets suggested pretty frequently. It's not something we're interested in right now.
Okay. Moving on to talk about the portals, which I think is a really cool way or a nice way to provide a key sync, if you will. I think that having a currency sync of the different currencies is very important in ARPGs in general. And but it does bring up the question of how valuable running the actual dungeons will be, because the portal will just take you straight to the boss room. For example, Jewel, right? If you go through a different doors, you get to choose, right? This door allows you the boss to drop X amount of extra exalted items, and this one says, well, now you're gonna drop extra glyphs or whatever. So the question would be, are the portals going to give you a random set of these, or you're just bypassing and the boss will just give you less loot as a result of you skipping the dungeon?
No, the portal does give you, it picks a random door. And I mean, how often has anyone gone to a door and been like, I'm going to see what the other door actually has, and like go back through the maze, the other one, and check it and be like, no, the first one was better, I'm going to go back that way again. Like, no one does that ever.
I don't think I've ever done that.
Yep, I'll take that one, whatever it is. I guess that's what I got.
Never.
So yeah,
I've never done that.
We are, the portal charm does pick one of them randomly for you. So you do still get those mods, and so it doesn't affect the actual final outcome of your rewards for the dungeon.
So also important that it does that, because those modifiers are
there's
also
another door
buffing the boss.
Yes.
So
follow-up.
we actually had a bug. We had a bug where they weren't applying. So using a portal charm to go fight dungeon bosses was actually the optimal way if you just wanted to kill it, because it was easier.
That's a question for a full-time min-maxer. So, correct.
And we are bringing full-time like random things into the dungeons as well. So like there are you like a loot lizard can spawn in a dungeon, and like so there are things like that can happen in there as well.
So my follow-up questions is more than about the actual value of running it. When we have access to just skipping straight to the boss and we get the juicing up of the loot with difficulty added, what's the point of running the dungeon then?
I mean, maybe you don't have a portal charm yet.
You don't have a portal charm. Okay, because I mean, are there plans to adding more content inside these dungeons to make them more attractive for people to choose to run rather than skipping?
I was about to ask Ghazzy, how many times have you actually farmed the dungeon for the sole purpose of farming the dungeon and not whatever is at the end of the dungeon? The boss uniques or the you're going like way back. You're going like multiple years back now. If you're saying the Temporal Sanctum was good for like belts or boots or stuff like that, we're going way back then. But
I was about to say that, yes.
Yes. Eventually, but the dungeons need to feel way better from like user experience before we feel like it's worth.
It does feel weird that EHG's like, everyone hates our dungeons.
If
Screw
something
it, just
is
let them
really
skip
unfun
it.
to do,
It is kind of funny.
It's the most rewarding.
Just
people
skip the
are gonna
damn
do it, and
things.
they're gonna really hate playing the game while doing it. So
Fair
the
enough.
user experience needs to be good before stuff like that will happen.
And
So
there is a bunch of tech you're going to see in season 2 for the tombs, especially, that I think we're going to be looking to leverage for dungeons in the future. So there are a lot
He's
of
talking
things
about the new
I feel like
procedural
the dungeon
generation.
system is there's a lot of untapped potential there for interesting content, for fun content, for rewarding content, all these things to happen. But the quality of that experience isn't at a point where we want to really incentivize people to be heavily interacting with it. Like, we like some light interaction there because I think it's fun the first few times, especially. And then your 80th time through the Temporal Sanctum, and you're like, this dead end again.
Yeah, no, I know that feeling all too well. Especially when you play builds that want it, Vessel's Drive, Jeweler's Obsession, Mountain Helmet.
I was screaming about Temporal Sanctum earlier today.
But let's move on to class reworks. We've already teased a little bit with Electrify, Time Rod, Judgment of the Storm. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Sentinel rework. And what I want to do is take a moment to take the cool things aside, such as being able to wield a two-handed weapon and a shield, for example. That's a cool thing. We'll take that aside. So what's the approach to the season in making melee a more attractive playstyle compared to the current meta of killing entire screens, actually, of monsters just from afar?
Yeah, I mean,
Do you want to start? Yeah. Okay.
you can go ahead if you got something for this. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously we could make melee every single skill literally hit the entire screen, but is it melee then? Not really, right? So it's a
good
It's like
answer.
an age-old question in RPGs, how or in games in general. How do you do that? There's a lot of things you can do there. They're very difficult and time-consuming and whatnot.
I think
And
a lot of the stuff
yeah.
we're trying to do with melee is making the feel of their abilities feel a lot better.
Yeah.
So getting more responsiveness in, getting better VFX, getting better SFX, things like that, having enemy reactions, and a lot of those things.
Combat feel.
A lot of the having better fit and finish on those abilities makes just playing them a lot more fun. And getting the power balance in there as far as how fast you can kill things is kind of a different conversation, but maybe that's more what people are interested in knowing is can I just kill stuff faster as melee? And we are adding a ton of different ways to kill things faster in melee, I guess, especially in Sentinel right now. That's the big focus. And we're getting, abilities. There's lots of the abilities that we designed specifically to make you more efficient on melee focused classes. So even just down to the base functionality of lunge, where you're targeting an enemy and it gets you right up close really fast. It is one of the fastest moving abilities. It is, it's a very efficient movement ability at engaging into close range combat. And leaning into that as much as possible, I think is the important part.
It's also very difficult to have a global something globally for melee that doesn't bleed into non-melee. So if you have, let's say that you have a enemy is near you, deal less damage. Well, then every single ranged build will just go into melee range of enemies because now they deal less damage to it. So it's very difficult to do something, especially for classes like we don't have a class that is just melee. Every class can do other things. For example, Sentinel. You have minions. You can do throwing. You can do spells. So it's very difficult to
Melee's so
one
tough in
side
action
without
RPGs.
accidentally bleeding into others. Obviously, we are looking into ways to do that, but it's very, very difficult to find something that works very well.
So this also comes into boss enemy attacks as well. With having someone the things that are attacking you being having abilities that they can use only on enemies that are at long range, and then incentivizing characters that are not melee characters to stay at long range through their own trees. So it's this tension that they have of, okay, if I'm going to stay at range, I'm going to get hit with these abilities that melee won't get hit with, or that it's easier to dodge in melee because of the shape of the ability or something like that.
Yeah, we have a lot of cone-shaped, triangles. So if you're close to the boss, you just take a small sidestep and you're out of it. Whereas if you're far away from it, you have a very big distance you have to go through. I think a good example is the Aberos, the triple, the slam. It hits front and then to the sides. If you're right next to it, it's very easy to dodge. If you're very far away from it, it's pretty hard to take away from that. So yeah.
We had a question from another LE content creator, Perry the Pig, was talking about beyond the melee playstyle with the introduction of Uber Arbor. The question was about having tools for melee players to utilize when it comes to positional important fights such as endgame pinnacles, like the new Aberoth fight. So you're saying that with the way the abilities are designed, it is beneficial to be in melee range, which is more lucrative or beneficial for melee players in general, that they don't seem to have the need for any specific new tools to mitigate damage. Is that what I'm understanding?
We are always exploring ways to actually do that, but a lot of it comes from enemy ability design. Yes.
When are we going to talk about minions, Ghazzy?
Yeah, so Mike, you mentioned there being tools added to making it more effective in terms of the power scaling in melee, because you talked about SFX, VFX, and all those things making it feel good. But there's a difference between the build feeling good and then being put into the game, and now it's being compared to builds that are clearing significantly faster, especially in the game that is incentivizing very heavily on favor farming.
No minion questions.
Clear speed matters a lot. Minion build suffers from this as well in terms of clear efficiency. You mentioned there being abilities or introductions of tools with a toolkit for melee players to utilize to increase the efficiency. Is this something we see in Season 2? And if so, what?
Specific examples for Season 2, I don't have anything off the top of my head that I can share right now.
Okay.
I think it comes down to, I think a lot of it right now is going to be like small balance changes. And I say small, that'll have big impacts. There's things like, I don't have a good hard example of something we're actually doing, but as an example, something we could do hypothetically is like even just taking a second off the cooldown of something like lunge, or giving less pressure on an item slot that has increased cooldown recovery on it or something like that. Like there's little things we can do that either hit like a wide range of builds or not. So we can maybe have maybe there's like an item slot where like cooldown recovery exists, and there's another we put something else on there that's really good for like long range characters. And so they no longer want to get that cooldown recovery. So then their movement abilities are slower. So there's that, like sometimes it's like the pressure gets put on these abilities and the balance from like really far away sometimes even. And I don't think we're actually that far away from having melee feel really good to play in a broader sense. And I think
they've
that
made
a
a ton of adjustments to melee. I think it's going to feel pretty
like
damn
Volatile
good.
Reversal
Season
and
2.
Forge Guard. The changes there is so huge, and we still got that to get into.
Yeah. Speaking of all speaking of all the cool things, Ghazzy, how hard would it be for you to just capture if I actually show my screen? I'm in a CT build right now, and I've been stripping
I'll make it work.
I have been stripping stuff so I don't leak anything crazy.
Wait,
but
what?
Just,
CT build?
Show you some of the.
Let's start it up, and I'll see if it screws it up, and I'll fix it. I'll sort it.
Don't tell anyone else, okay?
What? Sure, we'll all be quiet. We're not going to say anything. Yeah. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, because Volatile Reversal specifically is like it's a traversal ability that doesn't regard a target.
Oh,
like
crap!
lunge,
Here we go.
And it doesn't regard a shield like Shield Rush. I mean, sure, you can spec Shield Rush to not regard that, but it is a mobility skill for Sentinel, which is gonna help. And it has some other cool stuff now, because we totally reworked what the reversal is. So yeah,
that's fair. If you turn off your camera and then start the stream, I think that'll actually add up perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, we can try that.
Or just start the stream and I'll see if I can just add.
Yeah, let's see. What if I just do this first? Oh, beautiful sound.
I need to do this. Yeah, it's gonna screw it up completely. Let me just add that. Give me a sec.
You might want to just go full screen, I think. Maybe.
Yeah.
Probably easier. Yeah.
Moment. That's the wrong one. Window capture.
I'm going away.
Quick, before someone stops us.
Yeah, I had to like take all of my idols out so I don't, leak anything.
Okay, your screen is now full screen.
And then I had to replace some of my items to not to just be the base set items, because you can Anyways, okay, so Volatile Reversal is now a combo ability.
The new Volatile Reversal skill tree.
Forward in time, and then when you use it again, it goes back, and it does some melee attack on both cases. I think I'm just gonna unspec this so I can show you the default. So the first, and then if I do second, it just slams backwards where I was. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, and you can do some interesting stuff with it. For example, Devouring Orb has some cool new tech here, where you can consume all other orbs. So do I actually have it here? So if I just cast Devouring Orb here, normally if you cast another one, it's just there, but now it consumes the other one, and it does more damage, and is bigger as a result. So one of the cool things here is that you can bring them with you. With the And that means that you can like pile them up into like this one big pile of stuff, and then it does a lot more damage.
Yeah.
And there's other interesting stuff, like you can actually make it not be a traversal skill. It still has a cooldown, but then you can use other abilities if you want. And there's just a bunch of interesting stuff here.
It's a huge new skill tree.
So in the skill design, the base functionality, you have the first and the second one. So you have the ability to go back in time. So we can do stuff in that time period. For example, we can just provide you frenzy when you're between the first and the second. But if you want to, you can just remove the second combo altogether. So now you can actually just have it as a proper traversal skill that doesn't go backwards ever.
And that removes the possibility of staying with the frenzies, for example.
Yes, because you no longer have the ability to go backwards.
Exactly.
So what I like a lot is, that's my little devouring orbs. I put them back, and then we'll just there's some cool stuff there. What else?
Yeah.
We have so many
Symbols
changes
of
here.
hope.
Oh yeah.
Symbols
Sigils
of hope.
is no longer sigils. It's now symbols of hope.
Symbols of
for
hope.
some reason. Yeah. And we completely changed the base functionality of it. So previously, you had basically three ways, since we introduced the unique. But for the vast majority of the time of the skill was, you cast it, it costs a lot of mana, and you have a duration for the sigil that give you some buffs. So now they just automatically generate over time. And then when you actually use the button, you get a defensive buff. And it consumes them.
It's
and
a
then
new
you
aura,
wait
basically.
for them to get again. So
Okay.
you see here, I have 5. It shows 5 on the icon here because I used when I had 5, and now they just come
They
back.
start ramping up. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can like influence how fast they come back. I think here. And there's some other changes in the skill tree here, but the skill tree, like the overlay here, looks pretty much the same. But there's been some changes. Like for example, the Divine Flare. I think you can kind of maybe even make it an actual build now. You remove the defensive part of it, but now you don't have to generate the sigils anymore to then use Divine Flare. Now they are just generated, and then you just use Divine Flare instead. So it also saves you mana like that a lot. Other cool things. Vengeance, the first skill you get. I think the skill
Holy
tree has
crap.
changed a bit. Yeah, okay. So you can now convert it to Void, which is kind of cool.
Oh.
We got a nice little scaler here that gives you a Fistpen with your extra overcap physical resistance. And I think if you convert this also applies to the other ones. So if you convert it to fire, it goes to fire. If you convert it to void, I think you have fire conversion somewhere. Yeah, you have that too. You can turn your iron blades that nobody really used before into forge weapons now. And the iron blades can also be kind of useful. And there's some other stuff like buffing your erasing strike here. You're smashing your face against Abby with your vengeance to get your damage mitigation from vengeance, and then you smack it with the erasing strike and do more damage.
Yeah, don't
What
let me
else?
stop you. Keep going.
What else?
You can just hover over every node real quick.
Javelin.
for a few seconds.
Okay. Here's big. This is a big one. So previously, in the past, when you combined Siege Barrage with Divine Fury, the Divine Fury, which is just adds like new, the PoE, D2 Lightning Fury. When you hit something, it just throws more stuff. So previously, these two did not work together. Well, that's changed. So now it does work.
So
you can
ridiculous.
throw a lot
This is
of
Brow's favorite.
Lightning with javelin now.
That looks amazing. Show me that one more
looks
time.
pretty good. Yeah,
For the people in the back need to see that again.
yeah, it's pretty fun.
OMG.
That's
But it
cute.
helps a lot.
now you can do
So now, yeah,
spear scaling with javelin is automatic, and as Forge Guard you can now do spear with a shield.
I'm not sure if I want to open my passive trees for you here.
Yeah, right. That's a minefield.
There's a lot of changes in there. So maybe we'll save that for future. Multi-strike can now
this
shotgun.
is great.
Yeah, it can shotgun now. So you have some really good single target with Bladestorm now, which is
That's beautiful.
It turned the skill into an actually really good skill now.
You're saying it was really bad, and now you actually made it good. Is that what you're saying?
How the hell do I make a dev chat video on
the
this?
single target. Like you couldn't invest into making it really good for single target. You
Yeah.
could do stuff like smite proc stuff like that, but now you can actually make the skill do really good damage on its own.
Carefully.
What else?
Oh, jeez.
Any forge
There's
strike
so much.
stuff?
I've got Void.
I think both Forge Strike and Smelter Spat are just better, basically.
Better.
Ring of Shields, yeah. Ring of Shields, this node that nobody ever took. I think you might be able to do something with it because Ring of Shield is a minion skill. I don't think many people know that, but it's a minion skill, and it had this fire damage for a time here, but nobody really used. But it might work now. We've done a lot of like small changes around Judgment because one of the things with Volatile Reversal was that it was providing a lot of mana if you build it like that way. So there's like the Judgment mana dump build that you had to use Volatile Reversal to get mana back. So we capped how much mana you can actually consume without nerfing the damage. So it doesn't empty your mana pool like crazy anymore, which is kind of nice. And also it just does more damage.
Well, that's a nice neat change. It's a lot of quality of life in that.
Yeah,
RF Paladin.
Shield Throw
Ooh.
no longer has a cooldown as a baseline, which is kind of
He wasn't
cool.
supposed to show that. That's what
it
I'm
still has
working
it so that
on.
you can only throw a shield at a time. So if your shield is still, ping-ponging between enemies, you can't throw another one. Well, now with 1 point, you can also remove that. So you can't just throw them as much as you want. Previously, this node, I think, regarded going through a lot of points to even get there. And if you still want to play it with a cooldown, you can do that and do more damage. And then it also now can chain off you, so you can do more single target damage with it if you want. And you can combine it with you could just be like a hybrid of shield throw and then something else. Use it on the cooldown and whatnot instead of just spamming the one skill.
So this is part of like the throwing niche that you're like kind of setting into the Sentinel.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I think Shield Bash just does more damage. Oh yeah, one thing that people have been asking for a long time is Rive with Void Conversion. You have that now.
Nice.
There's a lot of changes around here.
So a lot of people love Spin to Win. What are the changes for Season 2 since we're opening up this can of worms? What's the changes to Warpath, if any?
I don't think there's too many changes on Warpath specifically. There's some buffs here and there, I think. Because Warpath is already good.
Yes.
Especially if you're playing that's a Void Knight with the echoes. And the masteries, just the changes to the passive trees are making it a lot better, regardless of how you play it, basically.
And you were not able to show the skill tree.
I'm probably already getting fired from showing this. Maybe I'll not get sued if I don't show them. But yeah, there's a lot of changes in the passive trees, and you'll definitely learn about them. So yeah.
Yeah, we're learning right now. Like I'm not gonna stop you. Anything else you want to show us?
Maybe we just show the Heartseeker like this too. It's way cooler. Well, okay. Yeah. When I do this, I need to go check that I don't actually leak anything there. So I'm gonna close my screen now, and Mike can talk about Heartseeker while I set up my character. No, I'm gonna hide it from YouTube.
Yeah, do that as well.
In case.
Are there? Oh, it's too late.
One second. Let me hop onto a marksman real quick.
There we go. You're off screen as well. Everything's set fine.
I have a lot of DMs in my Slack.
Oh man, is he gonna show Heartseeker?
Thank you, by the way.
Is he gonna show Heartseeker?
One of my follow-up questions was about Sigil of Hope to get you talking about it, but you covered that already. So We're good.
Oh yeah, I have idols here that I am not showing. Okay.
So maybe when you're checking that, maybe we can have Mike elaborate a little bit on the part you said, Carve, where you said that Forged Guards is better. So I'm guessing my question would be Forged Guard and Manifest Armor. Maybe Mike could spill some beans on what Carve was meaning when he said they're better.
I mean, so a lot of the stuff with Forged Guard, mechanically, we were actually pretty happy with where it's sitting and feeling. And but because it did lose some damage numbers from Volatile Reversal, we have buffed up some. There's some like, hey, this number's higher, this number's bigger. So there's not a lot of like huge mechanical changes other than the one huge passive node that has a lot of implications around
Who is PoE2?
Basically every ability that it has.
The big thing for Forge Guard is the two-hander and a shield.
Yeah,
it allows you to do some cool things.
Oh,
One thing that
you couldn't take the Manifest Armor node where it gave it a sword, like a weapon and a shield, that you can only ever use a one-handed weapon with that. Now you can use a two-handed weapon. You can have your Manifest Armor clone a two-handed weapon and a shield at the same time. So like, yeah, there's a Manifest Armor buff right there from that node. So a lot of these like knock-on effects and things where like if you're doing like forged weapons and you're trying to use like shield scaling stuff at the same time, it wasn't really viable because you wanted to have a two-handed weapon for manifest weapon spawning. So there's that node has such huge implications and ripples across all of Forge Guard that it's like there wasn't a lot that needed to change without having it touch basically every tree. And at the same time, we did bump up some numbers.
But this is a perfect example of what's coming to Sentinel. Every tree has
at least
updates.
2 uniques that we made for this patch had to be slightly looked again because Forge Guards don't exist now. So yeah.
So one of the questions I had as a follow-up for the Forge Guard minion specifically with Manifested Forge weapons is that it feels very one-dimensional on the terms of the aspect of playing minion builds with Forge Guard mastery as a whole. So I guess the question I have, if there are any plans, whether they're for patch 1.2 or beyond, that will see Forge Guard minion play properly utilize the minions in a way that is more comparable
to, I think I'm going to
other masteries that also uses minions such as the Acolytes.
Yeah, so. We really want to keep the minion the gameplay feel of minions to be unique and distinct from class to class. So like the really easy ones to talk about is companions versus like Primalist companions versus Necromancer minions. Yeah. And there's a really obvious difference the way we approach those. The companions can be revived. You have far fewer of them. The Necromancer minions are designed to be sacrificed literally with the ability to sacrifice. And so like that's really easy to look at them differently. And then the Forge Guard minions, it's a tricky thing to nail down an identity for it, and we kind of look at them almost like an extension of the character a little bit, and because they're so heavily tied to your gear. And because they're so heavily tied to your gear, the one thing people expect from them is them to actually mimic the unique effects that your gear has. And I think that's the key missing mechanical piece for forged weapons, which they still will not do in Season 2, I'm sorry. But we are looking to extract some of the essence out of those unique items that you want to capture for future stuff down the road.
Yeah, just random note. So there's this new ring that we added. I think it was in 1.1 maybe. Phantom Grip that had some interesting bug on it. And since we fixed that bug, we just gave a flat, really big buff, both damage and defense to forged weapons. So if you were one of those people who were having like really crazy setup with the ring in the bug form, you probably got nerfed a bit. But for everyone else, forged weapons are better. Like if you didn't have like
Phantom
crazy
Grip's
setup,
actually working correctly.
Your forged weapon should be better.
Show us marksman Carve.
I'm ready. I'm in Heartseeker right now. If you
all right, let me know when the stream's up, and I'll put it back up.
Here we go.
It is up.
Give me a second. You're full screen and ready to go.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting skill. Okay, so skill itself, the base functionality is as simply as you shoot an arrow to a target. It ignores everything on its way to whatever you were aiming, and then it hits that, and then it has a chance to hit it again. So basically, it goes through it, comes back and hits again, And one of the key mechanics of this is to increase the recurve chance, so you can hit the same target with one use of the ability many times. So if you guys remember Guided Arrow from D2, in its glory, when it was able to pierce and hit the target multiple times, we basically just did that and added the skill tree.
Okay.
There's a very long, interesting discussion and a lot of design portion of this. One being how do we do the chance to hit the target multiple times? So in D2, you just have a pierce chance, right? And each percentage that you get is just way better than the previous. So if you go from 50% to 75% chance, and then you go from 75 to 100% chance, it's so much more powerful. So we didn't want to have this where it just every single point gets crazy good for multiple reasons. It makes it harder for us to provide the chance in gear and whatnot, because we have to be very careful to not allow you to hit like over 95% chance. We want there to be some volatility so that it's not always hitting 5 times every single time, or 6 times.
Wasted
or
mine
7
32
times, or
to skills
so
for
we
Heartseeker.
we couldn't really go with a you have, the first one, like every single time you just pierce once,
36.
and then you invest into another pierce chance or stuff like that. So what we ended up being is every single time it successfully recurves, the next one, the chance is just multiplied by a number that keeps going down. So if you start with, I wonder if we have an example here. So let's say that you have 200% chance. You're guaranteed on the first to hit again. And then that 200% chance gets multiplied by 0.8. I'm not going to do math on stream here. Sorry.
160.
Yeah.
1.6.
So you just keep going down until eventually it's no longer a guaranteed chance. And now you run into this point where you have this chance to get like a really nice chain of getting multiple hits, or it just fails. So that's where the volatility comes from. Okay. And then we did a lot of cool stuff on the skill tree. But before I go there, do you have any questions on that?
No, I think that sounds like a really cool way to create that volatility without it feeling bad. I like that.
Yeah, we did a lot of math and simulations, and just probably somebody could go dig it up from some of our chats. But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, maybe show it in action a little bit once you're.
Yeah. Okay. So I have. Oh yeah, this is a base skill only, so I don't have much, but it's all. I have some gear that cool. Keeps me. So it's just, it goes through the enemy and goes back and it hits again.
That's unspec'd. Nice. He's unspec'd.
So one of the main reasons for this skill is that we didn't have like a strong, like a single target, like a physical based skill. We have the detonating arrow. We can't convert to physical. So basically the only physical abilities are just flurry, puncture, and the multi-shot. And you can make multi-shot into a single target ability, but it's not really a single target ability by base. So that's what the Heartseeker is by its like basic design doing.
All right.
You can clear with it. For example, if you take this node, so we were talking about the chances on how many times it goes through an enemy. So we actually pre-calculate this. So if you kill an enemy and you have this node, for every additional chance it would hit the enemy, the additional time it would hit the enemy, instead puncture comes out. So if you, let's say that you had 10 hits, and you just one-shot the enemy on the first hit, you get 10 punctures just flying around to other enemies. So that's kind of that's basically the only node inside the skill tree itself that builds like AoE.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess another thing
insane.
about the basic
it's literally
functionality, if the target dies, it will just find a new target to hit with the remaining recurves. I think that's really important. So it doesn't just like vanish. It'll seek another one to do damage to.
And this is screen wide, or
you can shoot it.
It's a very large
like the
range.
recurve retargeting.
Yeah, the retargeting is very long range.
Okay.
It kills the enemy, shoots puncture, and retargets another
I
enemy.
think
It's
the
insane.
retargeting, it's probably like half a screen or something. I don't remember exactly how far, but it's pretty far, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if we could probably go find out by going into an area with some normal monsters that die, then I can actually show vision or two. But yeah, some other stuff. So obviously we have some just base, recurve chance. And then we talk about the volatility. So this is a cool number because
This is my starter.
Sets it so that it'll never go below 66%. So this allows it to potentially go for some crazy amount of hits.
Yeah.
Leveling a marksman all
And
weekend.
then obviously we had to put a deck scaler there. So stack decks and you get more recurve chance. We got cold conversion, and we mentioned about the frostbite. So there's some frostbite supports on Rogue there. You can convert it to fire, obviously. We have decent amount of bleed and poison support. Like for example, here you can convert your armor shred into poison chance. It kind of reminds of, I think Runemaster has armor shred to frostbite chance. So we got that there. Yeah, obviously we have the crit hit based stuff here, and then you can combine these. So you can go gold crit, you can go fire crit if you wanted to. For example, Dragon Song with the crits, or you could do Rhino Winter. As you can see, they're
Bow
proccing
Mage.
there. They're proccing a lot.
They're fucking a lot, yeah.
You can do some fun stuff here. You can make it into mana generator. Because the base mana cost. I have a bow that reduces my mana cost.
I'm so excited for this skill.
Yeah, it has a pretty low. It has a pretty low
Fix
base
my
mana
damn
cost.
Beastmaster.
Obviously, you can increase it with some of the passives that Rogue has, but you can just also turn it into a mana scaler. There's some cool stuff here. You can also can
just
change
twist and turn?
how the. Oh, I should probably put bow back on. As you can see how the
Visual pattern.
Yeah, it changes the visual here because this was another thing we debated a lot. Is how should it look like when it recurves back? Because this looks really cool when it goes like that, but not everyone liked it. So that's why we just put it into a node instead. And it has a slow chance there, so it's not entirely just for the theme, but.
Alright.
I really
Or
wanna
LP
show
Gathering
this.
Fury is insane. What?
Yeah, knock yourself out. I mean, it's fun. You got a handful of more questions before we're done. So just take your time. Don't worry about it.
Show
You
puncture.
got plenty of time. Go for it.
Just want to show you the page function right there.
Little leak.
I should probably do.
Specialized puncture too, even.
I don't need to do that, but. So you see some punctures are flying off here.
Christ.
Obviously, this is pretty weak enemies, so but this is a way to build it. And then I guess another cool thing. There's a unique weaver that I don't currently have here that converts puncture to cold currently in the game. What it does not do currently, it doesn't convert the bleed chance from the bloodthirst. The frostbite, but it does in season 2. So you can do a frostbite puncture plus Heartseeker stuff if you want.
Feels good.
So how are you gonna
I
make
should show how the conversion here.
How are we gonna make other builds compete with this type of clear speed?
To be fair, we are in like the lowest.
So here's the gold converted one.
Oh, so when you don't have a target to hit, it's just gonna bounce back and forth where you aimed.
Yeah.
Okay. So you could actually stack up a bunch of arrows before a boss becomes attackable.
Yeah, and then there's a fire.
That looks
You can also-
fantastic.
Yeah, you can also turn this into a throwing ability. You actually show that on the trailer. It comes from a unique that I don't currently have.
It's a triggered throwing ability at that point, isn't it?
Yeah. So you don't actually throw it yourself. It just comes from the unique. But you have some interesting support here for throwing and spell. builds. For example, the Dragon Zone that I was showing earlier. And this is interesting because this scales with how many times you recurve. So there's a reason for you to stack the recurve as much as you can, because you just want the buff to go as high as you want, right? Yeah. And it also keeps throwing. So this is where you could also use this as support kill for some throwing marksman build, maybe that those exist as well. So there's a lot of cool stuff. Cool stuff in
EHG
Heartseeker.
is cooking
It is
with
important
all
to
their
note
new
that this
stuff.
is
It's insane.
A marksman specific ability. You cannot
Yes.
use this on Falconer or Blade Dancer.
Yes, this is only for marksman. Yep.
So it's past the chain, basically, is what you're saying.
I think it's a 30 point.
It's 30 points,
I would look at the game, but then I would show the skill tree, and I don't want to.
It's all good.
I don't think there's a lot of changes for the passives on marksman though, but yeah, it's locked to marksman.
Let's not get you sued.
Shadow Daggers, Heatseeker,
We appreciate the
Heartseeker.
showcase. I did have a question though regarding like extra skills past the chain, right? We know there's one lacking for the Lich, and we know there was one missing for the Paladin. Is that still the case for Season 2?
Yes. The only brand new ability for Season 2 is Heartseeker. And it's a doozy. There's Volatile Reversal is essentially a new skill because it's so heavily reworked. But yeah, the only new one is Heartseeker. We are still looking to
He's showing daggers.
I know what the we as a team, we know what the I love this build. Sorry, getting distracted by card playing. We know what the abilities that are going to go in those slots are going to be, and we have started working on some of those.
He's showing burning dagger support.
That sounds amazing. I mean, right now we have like this electrical theme going on for the Paladin specifically. Would it be a far stretch to seize another type of minion archetype for that? I'd have to ask. I'm sorry, it's just me.
I think we're going to be leaning more into the Holy Warrior side of the character than the minion side, because we want to keep minions more a focus on Forge Guard than on Paladin. So I think that's unlikely.
Okay.
The ability's not made yet. What happens in development room?
Yeah, I got some ideas. Just hit me up.
Yeah, I think it's time to for me to close this, so to not keep Mike distracted. Sorry, my bad.
All good.
So, yeah, I'll close the stream.
Let me get that out. Let's do it this way. There we go. We're back on track. Let me get this.
So you got some more questions? I heard.
I should have taken the second
No, I kind of covers that part.
God!
On the topic of minions, though, I do have a couple of mini questions lined up, so it's a pretty good segue into that one. Especially after seeing the Heartseeker as having, clear speed is obviously going to be depending on, the difficulty and the damage output you can do, of course, but the area coverage is clearly very, very vast. And this weaves back both to the melee question we talked about earlier, but also specifically melee minions. And the first question I have on the minion parts is actually Minion AI can feel, or very often feel, a bit frustrating. So my question is if there are any plans in making them more aggressive to begin with.
How we going, Kiko?
Yeah, so every minion right now is its own entity, its own thing. It thinks for itself. There's no hive mind effect happening here. And I think that in there's a few ways we can tackle making minions more efficient at target acquisition and all that sort of stuff. And it's I think we don't have a ton of changes for season 2 coming for this. I think there's a few things that are getting added in specifically as far as like items and new balancing things that are gonna make them stronger. But there's behavioral wise, we don't have any big changes yet for those. I really want to do that minion stances thing we've talked about a few times. So players can be like, I want mine to be more aggressive. We have tried turning up the aggressiveness of minions a few times, and it doesn't always work the way you want it to work, especially with how minions, I guess, with the way their AI works in general. The other approach is making a hive mind of some sort, where something was like, okay, well, I've got 8 minions and there's 8 targets. I'm going to send 1 minion to every target type thing. Right now, and that naturally happens a little bit if the enemies are spread out, but if all the minions are the same distance, have the same closest target, they'll all focus that first target right away. And so, yeah, we are really happy with the ability to target to force targets on with the A key by default. You can be like, okay, attack this target, and that does work really well. But we know a lot of people don't want to do that or need to do that, and sometimes it's nicer if they do spread out and attack multiple targets, and that doesn't allow you to be like, okay, spread out and attack multiple targets at once, because that's that coverage that you're talking about. So this is something that we are looking at still, but it's not something we have big sweeping changes for in season 2.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Like I can continue a bit. So
Yeah.
I think one thing, there's a couple cool things. Like Dreadshade now is permanent, so that's gonna help your Acolyte summoners a bit.
Okay.
And then you know how you have a crazy amount of like movement speed for some minions, and they start sliding and skating. You know,
Yeah.
there should be some improvements to that, so they don't just like slide right across the enemies that they were supposed to stop to hit. Hopefully. What else? Mana costs on some of the Acolyte, I think, skills are lowered a bit. Like for example, Volatile Zombie. The bear, you know, the summon bear on Primalist. We're reducing the cooldown on the swipe a lot, and then we are giving it a like strength scaler, so the bear just gets additional melee damage from strength.
Summon bear, the worst skill in the game.
Like
Big
that,
buff
so,
incoming.
you know, it's strength stacking Primalist. The bear might.
I'm really excited to see what
do
someone
damage.
does with Pebble set.
Yeah.
In
Oh
this,
yeah. Let's not leak all the set changes here, but yeah, the Pebble sets might be pretty good there. Yeah.
Oh
there's some set
boy,
changes
Carl,
after
keep
the
going.
bear.
There are some Sabretooth fixes coming too. They now swipe every time they leap, not just when they use their own ability to leap.
There was
and
some
they target
bug with
the leap
Sabretooth that was fixed, and then we gave it a couple new nodes, I think.
Yeah.
So it's actually pretty good now, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So I was still doing the rounds as I explained earlier, talking to some creators that mainly make content for last Epoch, and obviously I have some mini questions which I kind of baked in. But one question that myself was very interested in hearing was also coming from Action RPG Aaron as well as Dreadful, and it's a 2-question part. So I'm going to start with one of them, and that is that the weaving back to melee issue, and that is that they feel lackluster for melee minions as well, that they feel lackluster in terms of clearing compared to range because of area coverage. And so I guess one of the big questions is there going to be improvements on melee minions to allow them to hit a wider target with their attacks? Like, basically, will they have bigger AoEs? Is what I'm asking.
I don't think we have any specific changes to that. I think the bigger problem for melee minions would be just like how easily can they like engage with the new pack of enemies. Like they don't have the run there, so maybe giving them some dashes on stuff like that is gonna help a lot. But like I don't think there's almost like any skill in the entire game, like a melee skill that is just like an actual single target. They all have like a small AoE. So as long as the enemies are close
Necro
to
needs
each other,
throreshold
that's-
nodes in its passive tree
There
for
are the little
aggressiveness
changes that
of
we
melee
mentioned just
minions.
a second ago with Bear getting swipe and Sabretooth getting better, the Fury swipes happening more often with its leap engagement. And so yeah, there are some little things, but there's not like a huge systematic change to like all melee minions getting more AoE or something like that.
Yeah, we also just have, like Meg said, all the minions, like they're their own thing, and we have a lot of them. We'll
Void minions.
every now and then we'll find things to buff. So yeah, let us know what needs to be buffed, and we'll buff them in the future. So yeah,
I got you. Another part of this question I was talking to these creators as well, which I'm curious about as well, is build diversity when it comes to minions. Now, we have the unique playstyle of Forge Guards with their type of specific minions. If you look at the Acolyte, for example, due to the strength scaling and power of the double shade play, Infernal and Dread Shade, we're now getting permanent Dread Shade. That sounds fantastic. But due to the power scaling of those, it's been very often more favorable to put them all, stacking all the power onto one minion, like an Archmage or an Abomination, more so than actually having an actual army playing for you in terms of actual
My
performance.
question,
So I guess the question
when
for
me and
season
Ghazzy
2 or beyond, are there any intentions in addressing the diversity problem of actual in-game performance of minion builds with that in mind?
I remember at least a couple minion builds that were army builds and they were absolutely crazy, and we had to nerf them multiple times because they were so crazy.
Wraiths.
So
It's always wraiths.
It's a very fine line. It's
always wraiths.
Especially for something like you have a minion that does everything for you, and you just run around and they just do everything for you. So yeah, it's it is. We don't have any. It's like we are not targeting specifically so that single minion builds are better than the others. It just when people min-max complicated game, something is always better, and sometimes it's single minion builds. It hasn't always been the case. Yeah, it hasn't always been the case. So I would expect that eventually there'll be a minion army build that's gonna be crazy good again, and then we have to nerf it. So yeah.
And
I don't like that answer.
We're seeing in season 2. That might be something we'll talk about in the season.
Yeah, I don't think we have. Balance changes and itemization changes might make that the thing. I don't know. We'll see.
No.
Okay.
I mean, yes, I don't know.
Crazy changes to minions, specifically targeting minion army builds to be better.
Okay.
Be the answer, yeah.
I do have one last mini question. I don't want to take the interview up with too many mini questions. I know it's me. I have to ask some of them. So the last mini questions I have specific for minions at least is Golem specifically. It feels more like a consistent utility option for minions builds rather than having a performing option as an actual offensive addition to a minion build. I believe this is from Frozen Sentinel, actually. And that said, will we see some specific changes to minions in general for the season, which you already covered, but in this case, we're talking about the Golem. One of the best references I have for this is the Pyre node that the Golem has, which consumes minions to do fire damage. Like, it charges up, it's taking all of these minions and consuming them only to light the little tiny match and hope that does damage. Like, what's up with that?
So that specific node, I don't think there's any changes coming.
Okay.
But yeah, these are just where we have so many nodes in so many skills that some need more love. That's it. We just need to get the feedback, and we need a couple more devs to just hire some devs for us to fix skills and buff them. You just need it takes a lot of time because you could just make number go big and then things die, right? That you could make a Vengeance literally one-shot the entire game with a single thing, but we generally want to be a bit more involved with the buffs and changes so that it isn't
but I thought Ellie is a dead game. Today, Junior.
I like that approach, and I think that you especially seeing the Heartseeker, it seems like that's really the theme of it, to have more interesting mechanics and options to play with, so it's not just big number go up, right?
Someone put really buff Falconer.
Stepping aside away from minions for the most part, not entirely. In the trailer, there was images showing. One of them showed a lot of new unique items, and it was really cool. But there was one in particular that stood out for myself and a lot of people in my chat, and we talked about this. And it is Nest of Nightmares. Now, we don't get to see much of it, but what we see in the teaser is a line of text saying, applying spiders on melee hits. Now, there's a wording in the game that says summon this, summon that, like the bee gloves and stuff like that. So we've already come to the conclusion this is not a minion stuff. But we really want to know, what is applying spiders on melee hits? Could you elaborate on this?
Yes, I can tell you exactly what the ailment spiders does. So spiders is a new ailment.
Okay.
It lasts 4 seconds and can stack up to 4 times. It gives the afflicted actor 5% flat added chance to be critically hit per stack.
20% base crit.
5, 10, 15, 20% chance added to be crit. So
that's not even that strong.
4 stacks of spiders on something, you only need to hit 80% crit to always crit.
Does this stack with acid skin?
This is just its own added fanny on top of whatever else they might have.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I like the sound of this. That's good.
And because it's applied to the target, it does affect other people hitting it as well. So like, if your minions hit it, they get that as well. If other people in your party hit it, they get that as well. So it's everything hitting the target.
All right. Another question we have is idol crafting. We talked about idols before. You're removing the flat HP from the stout idols?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's only on stout? Does this include the big idols?
Only, yeah.
So the big idols that can have double life.
I think there's only one big idol that can have double life. And that's
Acolyte has the new best idol.
It might
And
be
there's a
Sigils
lot
and
more
Rebuy
pressure
1,
from
I
other
think.
stuff now that you won't want it as much.
I think it's one of the 3 peers. I think that might still exist.
Okay. So the Season 2 is introducing Weaver's Touch craftable idols with 4 modifiers rather than 2. So I guess the question here is if you could share some information on what type of modifiers we can expect from this item slot, or are we going to sit and expect us to go for trying to Weaver's Touch our way into double life and armor and a rest roll, or is there any just more offensive scaling? Could you elaborate more on the modifiers we will see on these?
Yeah, I don't think we can do specific. I don't have a list of specific ones here, but yeah, there'll be more interesting things rather than just like flat stats quite so much. So you'll start to see. I don't know if I'm allowed to say specific ones or not.
Are we
That's why I
talking-
took them out from my inventory when I was looking at.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, are we talking more offensive, mechanically changing modifiers, or are there also including like baseline stats such as life, resistance, armor, stuff like that? I guess that's a better question.
It's a mixture of both for sure.
Okay.
The ones that do call out specific skills are
Spicy.
I don't think they ever call out like offensive clearing skills as specific ones. So it's like there's if a idle enchantment does ever call out a specific skill, I think it only ever calls out defensive skills or utility skills, and then they can call out specific classes, like one of them's like something for fire skills. Things like that. So the categories of abilities that it'll do sometimes.
I think the important takeaway about the idle things is that there's new power in idols that did not exist there before. I think that's
hence the curiosity. That said, though, when you said that the flat life and stat idols were removed, the follow-up question are there any improvements coming to the baseline idols that exist in the game now that we are not going to see double life stout idols? So are there any other changes happening to the baseline idols besides that?
There is new power in idols that you haven't seen before.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that's not just the
Those are
Weaver's
new-
Touch. That's how I understood it. So this is baseline. All of them gets new added
Look at
modifiers.
Carve's
that come along.
face.
Specifically, the size 1 and 2 idols. There's a bunch of new ones for that.
Okay. Perfect. Next question we have is champion modifiers coming to the game, and we have 0 information of what type of modifiers they can be. Can we get some knowledge on this?
They're in the trailer.
Are you sure it's 0? I'm pretty sure I saw some of the trailer.
There's like 30 of them in the
Yeah,
trailer.
it's very
Sure.
minimal though. It's borderlining 0 then.
Those ones are generally more specific for they'll call out individual abilities really frequently. So those ones are they're frequently more specific and narrow and niche things that you're going to be getting out of those. So those are designed to be more specific.
Yeah, I think the important bit here is that they are always sealed, which means that you cannot put any of the champion affixes into legendaries. That's the you can make set items with them.
You can make set
because you can
champions.
just craft the set affix in there, but you cannot
Champion
make
set.
a champion affix into a legendary.
So a lot of people have been having a different takes on this with which modifier was sealed. So champion modifiers are sealed, so they cannot go on unique items. Set item craft shards can become an actual prefix or suffix modifier on the item and affix. But so the set item can be put on a unique. My understanding was that was not possible.
No.
Okay.
Those
So
are
with
also
that
not
item-
going to be able to put there. Yeah.
Okay.
When a set shard gets applied to an item, that item becomes effectively a set item.
Okay.
And
you
the
can't
set
craft
items
a
cannot
shard
be
on a
combined with
unique.
unique items to make a legendary.
Good. Then we got that cleared for everyone because so many people have had different takes on this. And I'm like, Mike said it's not possible. But what about the sealed affix? I'm pretty sure that was champion modifiers. Let's just get that out of the way so we have that clearly stated here in the interview. Perfect. We are running really tight on time right now, but one last question before I want to jump into some Q&A. You can tag Mike, sorry, not Mike, but Wick or Photon in the chat here if you have any questions. He'll pick them out. He's already spammed me up on Discord with some questions. But before the Q&A, we have a question from yet another Last Epoch creator. His name is Frozen Sentinel. I call him the spreadsheet god at this point. And his question was, with more items and item types being introduced, how is balanced approach being approached when it comes to Merchant Guild versus Circle of Fortune?
Well, specifically, it's talking about like, so this is like an additional layer to the
COF's
itemization
getting a
hunt.
big buff.
So, I think most
Because
of
of the crafting changes.
Weaver tree stuff should work with Circle of Fortune, so that you'd still have that's extra multiplier there. So it's not suddenly that everyone plays MG because there's no reason to play the COF anymore.
And there's some stuff in the Weaver tree that we'll get into another time that you can influence the item types you're getting a little bit better. And the COF does scale off of that as well. So they play off each other.
MG forever.
It gets amplified as a COF player.
Okay. So we know we have some new glyphs and runes. For example, the whole shifting the modifier tiers on the tiers on the modifiers can shift, right? Is this something we'll see? Not constellations, but prophecies for in Circle of Fortune. Is that something we can expect to see moving forward in Season 2?
Or getting the new runes, the new crafting materials?
One of the new ruins will have a prophecy, yes. But COF...
I'm sorry, my headset died.
The Merchant's Guild doesn't... You can't trade... You can't buy and sell those things on Merchant's Guild anyways. But yeah, COF does get a little bit of a boost of one of them.
His headset died.
Now I can hear you. Now? I didn't hear shit there. Can you say that one more time?
You chat here? Because that's all that matters.
I think so. Did I miss it? I think I missed it all. They're saying poggers.
You can watch it later.
Yeah, you were asking about the prophecies. So one of the 3 new runes will have a prophecy.
Watch the VOD.
Yeah.
I think it's Rune of Weaving. But the rest the COF players will get more of those through just the COF perks and the other prophecies. Like if you have a rune prophecy, that could potentially give you the other new runes. But there isn't a specific targeted prophecy for Havoc or Redemption.
All right. Since we're running a little low in time, I'm just going to dive straight into the Q&A. Again, you could type at EHG_Wick or _Photon for any questions. He's picked them out. So I'm just going to go from the list he sent me here.
Am I owned?
The questions out.
Me
And
too.
the first one is, how do you plan to handle patches / bug fixes with the new cycle?
New season. In
the new season.
We're like, I don't understand. Like, handle them. We're roll them out as soon as we can.
Hot fixes, yeah.
Yep.
Hot fixes.
Yeah.
I'm
Fix
sorry,
that
I
are
don't
broken.
really
Yes.
question.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Q&A.
Yeah.
We'll do some rapid fire with them.
Push them out fast and furious.
Yes, for family. So the next one is about family. It's with minions falling further and further behind in the overall state of balance. Is there plan changes in the upcoming release to help those archetypes out?
No.
Yeah, there's so much being shaken up by item changes coming this season that it's going to be. I wouldn't bring any preconceived notions like that into the new season.
All right.
LV, I see
Are
you.
the time rot nodes additive or multiplicative with each other?
They are all 3 different multipliers. If you're talking about the rot creep.
Yes, but within itself, right? With itself.
Yeah, they're all multiplicative with each other.
Yeah, the time rot chance is its own like a bucket of a multiplier, and then the other 2 are also. So you get 3 different multipliers there.
All right. Will arena prophecies still appear if you have removed arenas with the new Weaver tree node?
I don't know.
The answer is yes.
I think so.
Yeah, but you can just block arena prophecies. I think there's a new lens coming in in season 2 that should make your life a bit easier.
Okay.
Oh crap.
Next one is, I feel like for ARPGs, the history is better told through end of chapter cutscenes. Any plans on expanding that front?
I know we've talked about having better cutscenes in the game, and that's something that people have been pushing for a lot. Me amongst them, for sure. I think that those are improved cutscenes. Storytelling. It's a huge way. We've been talking about this for years about how like you can get the story from like Diablo 2 by just watching the cutscenes for the most part. and there's not that many cutscenes there. And like I think adding in those would be really hugely beneficial. We don't have any major ones expansion, because there are those little cutscenes we do have for them, which are great. But yeah, getting more, I'd love to have more. And as we add more chapters.
All right. So here's another question, which is from Mike. It's a bit personal. I was very curious about this. I even wrote to Photon about this, saying, what happened to Mike? Like, is this good or is it bad? I don't know what is happening. And the question is, when are you releasing the workout routine and diet plan? You look amazing. You've lost a lot of weight. You look fantastic. And I was like, what is happening? I don't even know how to answer it or ask it. But here's the question.
Thank you very much. It is all good. It is, it is a lot of hard work and eating less and working more.
Eating less.
Working out more. It is, there's no secret to it.
Reports about everything. Yep.
Calculate how many calories you need to maintain your body weight and eat less than that and track them rigorously. And that's literally all I did.
All right. It's definitely paying off.
Thank you. Yeah, feels good. Just got the home gym set up.
Nice.
Next door, and starting to get into that pretty hard, which is great.
Perfect. Next question is, can we be able to trade mats?
We are not. You're not able to trade mats, and that's not something we're currently looking at doing. It's possible we could in the future, but right now it is nothing. No trading on mats.
Yeah, this is the one thing that we mentioned earlier, is that it would require very major changes to how item factions currently work.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Any improvements / changes to localization coming?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
We
want the localization to be good. Yeah. So yeah, it's always.
We either just expanded it or are expanding the languages.
I don't know.
I don't know if that's out yet or not.
All right.
There's a lot of languages now.
Fair enough. Will we be able to control somehow the Weaver's tablets via the COF Observatory Prophecies?
There is nothing specifically interacting between COF and like the Weaver stuff like that. There are things that naturally just work together, but there isn't a very specific interaction like that now.
Yeah, so if you have something in COF that says like you'll just get more of this thing, and then the Weaver stuff drops that thing, you get more of that thing from dropping it.
All right. What about making it easier to actually pick up items from the floor without having to click precisely on it?
That's a good question.
UI scaling's coming, so you'll be able to make them bigger if you'd like to be able to have a bigger target to click.
Nice. So that's just loot filter improvements. Is that my understanding?
Full UI scaling is inbound.
No, like we're scaling the entire UI options now, so you can crank the size of everything, the whole UI up or down. Yeah.
Player agency again. I said this before. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think here's also like a pickup radius, or like how far away you can click to pick up items to not run to it. I don't remember if we have any changes to that. It is something we discussed at some point, and I think it was overall just yes, we should do it. I don't remember if we did it.
It's one of those.
I guess we're gonna bring it up now and see if we can. If we didn't, maybe we can.
Right.
I don't know.
That's good. I mean, that's also one of those. You can only make it bigger. You can never go back once you made it bigger. So it's a very touchy topic, right?
PoE.
Next question is plans for seasonal objectives.
That's something we're very interested in down the road. Season 2 does not have seasonal objectives with like the whole thing. I think there are lots of great examples of that where there's like complete these bosses and finish this challenge in game, and you get this like cosmetic thing for the season to remember to. Like,
they need objectives. I think that's important.
Challenge in the game. You look back at that season. These are all awesome stuff. You get achievements. We're interested in diving into that world. We don't have them for season 2 yet.
We have invested time into making the game better instead of keeping you playing more from giving you free MTX. Basically, is currently it is something that we definitely want to do. They're really cool. We just
I like Carve's backhanded at other games.
Is the Uber Aberoth fight accessed through the same method as the normal one?
Yeah, he asked.
No, kind of. You need to kill a normal Aberoth to get Uber Aberoth. It drops one echo that you put into your echo web if you have a high enough corruption on it, and then you'll fight Uberaborath. And important to note is that even though it is in the Echo Web, modifiers or corruption does not affect the difficulty of that. It's a static fight, and you will have access to it way before than your character is ready to fight it.
Yes.
So similar to Diablo. All right.
Yes. It is a lot harder fight than normal Uberaborath.
So a good follow-up question to this is actually what corruption is the Uberaborath balance around, and what do you expect players to be at when they can clear him?
Can we tell you when you can access it? Is that something we can say? I don't know.
Yeah, I think we can say when you're able to access it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 500 corruption.
500, and that is
you need minimum 500 to access it. But even if you're able to farm 500, it's going to be a very
difficult fight. Yes.
Fight.
All right, so you should be significantly higher for it to be a comfortable fight, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the interesting bit is that once you put it into your Echo Web, if you fail, you can just you can go again.
That's
there
nice,
there might be some stuff like maybe not giving you the loot. I'm not sure, but we probably do need to do something there. But yeah, you can just keep fighting it.
Okay. Next question is, can Woven Echo's items change the corruption of the Echo it is applied to somehow?
There is one Woven Echo that does change the corruption of that timeline. We already talked about that one.
Yeah, the one that copies the highest corruption of that player. Yeah. So that's the only one so far that is fitting this question.
There might be one more.
I don't think there's any Woven Echo that changed the corruption of the Echo. No, because the corruption is based on the timeline. So whatever the timeline's corruption
That's
is.
That's not my cursor. That's Ghazzy's cursor.
Following this up, we have, can there be more sinks for rare materials?
It's Ghazzy's cursor.
Oh, sinks, yes. I mean, one of the rare materials is going away. And the new ones that are there are, I think you're going to be wanting to use them up on your items. Because I think you're going to get more opportunities to craft good items because there's going to be more base types that are potentially awesome because these new crafting materials are available for you. So I think, just the existence of them is going to make you use more of them.
Okay, fair enough. Can you guys talk about how much better arenas are now?
Way better. Oh,
if at all. Sorry, I had to add that.
Nothing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can influence them through the Weaver tree. I mean, one is you can just not do them at all, but you can also just add some other stuff to it. And the base functionality of it is also, I think the enemies are faster. I think they come to you much faster if you stand in the middle. I think
the time between waves is reduced as well.
Yeah. We did a bunch of small adjustments to it. Okay. I've heard that at least few people say that who hated them say that they're kind of fine now. So
okay, that's a good sign for me. I was never a big fan of them, so I'll have to try them out.
There's more mechanics of the side mechanics and things that spawn in them now as well.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next.
I think previously there was no way that any of the extra mechanics could appear in them, but I think at least champions can now.
Well, that's kind of big though.
I think.
If it's true, since you said think.
Yeah. I'm 80% sure on that one.
Okay. Next question is, can you guys talk about... No, sorry. Are portal charms consumables?
Yes.
I believe you guys covered this in the last interview.
Yes, and it's a good refresher is that you can trade any of the 3 existing dungeon keys in Magelka in Divine Era. I think there's a NPC there that you can trade up those keys for portal charms. So let's say if you only care about Temporal Sanctum, but you have a lot of the other 2, you can just trade them up for portal charms.
All right. Is the damage taken increase from dual wield being changed?
I don't think so.
No.
This is a very interesting, both the designing and balancing topic, because it's okay, do we want dual wielding to be so we have a sword and board, then we have 2-handing, and then we have dual wield. Where should the dual wield fall in like that in the middle? Like, should it be doing the most damage? Should it be doing more damage than a sword and board, but be slightly tankier than with a shield or with a two-hander? And I think we fell on that it should just take more damage, but you're in most cases doing more damage.
Fair enough. Are Forge Guard minions robots? I have no idea what that means. That was the question I got.
Yes.
And no.
Okay. Yes and no.
They have
I mean,
feelings.
I think I can make a robot out of Lego. Come
My
on.
manifest armor has feelings, okay?
I mean, that's coming from a true summoner perspective. I didn't know you were a real summoner, Carve. What
do you
changed?
I've been a summoner player since forever. What do you mean?
Well, not always. Not always. We've seen how happy you were playing Heartseeker. I'm just saying. There we go. Speaking of Heartseeker, what level is it to learn Heartseeker? It was past the chains. How many points in? 20 for the base class, and then how many points in for the marksman?
30.
I think it's 30. I can take a look. I can
I'm
confirm.
I'm pretty sure it's 30.
Okay, so around level 50 skill points
Yes.
in, which means
Regards 30, yes. Correct.
yeah. So the level then would be depending on how many skill points you got from the campaign, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of summarizes the Q&A. Before the little outro, I have 2 more things to cover there in the outro. I'm curious, Mr. Minion Lover, what are you playing as your starter for season 2 yourself?
Heartseeker.
Ooh, I don't know.
It has to be minions now. I'm just saying.
I mean, does Falcon count? I could play a bow falconer. I don't know. Who knows?
That doesn't count.
Does
I'm
not
not
count. No.
Okay. I think I'm gonna play either. I'm gonna play Heartseeker or I'm gonna play something Sentinel, Void Knight, probably.
Void Knight.
Void
What about
Knight.
you, Mike?
I'm doing it.
I've been saying this for months now. I'm going full Heartseeker. There's no question in my mind.
Me
It
too.
is, my favorite class has always been Marksman, and it's the first time we've had a new skill for it since it launched. It is Marksman for me. I'm playing Heartseeker.
Fair enough. So the last question before the outro, we're going to wrap this up, is obviously the common question that we've seen on Twitter when we talk about Bex many years ago. You all know what it is, and that is patch notes when?
When they're ready.
Just don't give us a patch note 3 days before launch. So give us at least a week.
You will have several days to read through all of the changes for sure. But
There you
I
go.
don't think we can keep
Several
that
days.
we asked. We're not allowed to say the patch
Yeah.
notes date. I'm sorry. We did check before this.
Okay, a follow-up to that. When you say several days, can we as a collective then say that we would prefer to see them around a week before and not just a couple of days? Is that something that is more in line with what's going to go down, or we're talking literally a couple of days? Give or take.
I think we'll keep staying on the several.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Okay.
just can't. We asked, but we weren't. We've already done too much damage anyways, you know.
We've already done too much damage.
Okay.
Yeah, come on, let's keep our jobs here.
Avoid the suing process. We're going to wrap this up by thanking Mike and Carver for coming on for this interview. It's been a blast. Thank you so much for the
Nice
putting your job at risk and everything. Appreciate that very much. Next week, Friday, same time, I believe, right? You guys will be having a friend of mine, Talkative, try to talk about itemizations. I'll be sure tuning into that. Hope you guys that are watching will tune into that as well. And share some love for last Epoch, and very excited for the launch on the 2nd of April. Thanks so much for coming in, boys, and I'll see you guys later.
Thanks for having us. Great time.
Yep. Thanks. Bye.
And we're out.
Woo.
Let me see.
Real juicy. Holy smokes. Okay. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. Let me get all my crap set up here. I feel like I picked the wrong stream. If you think about it logically, GGG announcing 4-4, you would think that EHG would want to reignite everybody's excitement with some crazy stuff this stream. That makes total sense to me. They leaked gameplay. I think you can too. Yeah, right. Mission accomplished. It worked. Rax just said Ellie might have a better update here. Right? I respect it. Okay, how was their response to the PoE situation? We could start there. They ultimately said, we're disappointed. That's it. So, hey, yep, we're going to address the elephant in the room. We're just as disappointed as everybody else. Mike said that, then Carve said it. Yep, disappointed, disappointed, disappointed. That was it. There was no question if they plan on moving up the date or pushing back the date, which means likely the date is not moving. April 2nd is the day. And right now they're just focused on making the best content they can. Aggressive move by Tencent, right? Okay. Come on, how many in here will play PoE 2 on the 4th? PoE 2 has to wait 3 or 4 weeks, right? I don't know about that. Man, they're cooking. I know. Okay. You got to see Sigils of Hope is now Symbols of Hope, and it is an aura skill that automatically generates basically symbols. I guess I shouldn't say aura, that's different. What the unique ring used to do is now built into the skill, and then when you use your sigils, you consume them all and do something big. So, Symbols of Hope is redone. Obviously, Volatile Reversal, completely new skill tree, and you could take it as a complete movement skill. So Sentinel is getting a new movement skill. You saw full Void conversion on Rive, full Void conversion on Vengeance. They showed off mana on Judgment. They showed off Ring of Shield support. They showed off new Heartseeker. The current Heartseeker I am playing is full physical, triggering punctures. And the punctures are just everywhere. Everywhere. They showed off a ton of stuff. PoE 2 is not adding that much. I mean, we'll see. March 27th, I'm sure they're going to pitch a ton of stuff. I'm going to play PoE 2 after April, too many other games. Rax is already trying to speed level a rogue / marksman. That's so funny. I only played PoE 2 until right at the end game. I don't think the style of gameplay is for me. I tried Ruthless PoE 1, and it wasn't my jam. What can you tell me about the Sentinel changes? You got to see a lot of it. Seeing the LE it has on the table, I don't want to be anywhere else but LE's kitchen after the season starts. Sadly, I think they will lose money by not moving, but I understand. I don't think they can move. I just don't think they can possibly move. It's just, I mean, it's already March 14th, right? So if they moved it up a week, you're talking, you know, 10 days out. I just don't think they can. I just don't think they can. Hey, I want to relax this coming season, but still able to do Uber Abbey easily. Can I make a Necro with the new staff to do that? I have no idea. Uber Aberoth is a fight that... okay, so just for perspective, okay, people that know Last Epoch will understand this. Currently in game, right now, you unlock Uber Aberoth at 300 corruption, right? How many builds realistically can actually defeat Uber Aberoth at 300 corruption? Take that same mentality, or regular Aberoth. Take that same mentality to Uber Aberoth. Uber Aberoth unlocks at 500 corruption. Yeah. Carve really added to the hype. A one-shot mana source? Yeah, if you're playing some bugged, broken thing, sure. Carve went total and literal crazy. Yes, he did. No small feat. Exactly. Exactly. I think PoE 2 will have to wait till the end of the year. This new LE season, I'll need more than 2 months to do all the things. And then another season will drop for more things. And then Grim Dawn DLC. PoE 2 is going to have to wait. My Ballista Falconer can do it. I haven't done it on other builds. Yeah, but that's like... like, you literally just said probably the most meta build in the game. Which is also getting murdered. PoE is dead to me. Long live LE. But according to them, 200 is a good build. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. For years to wait, it's a big letdown. Years, you mean 9 months? Years. They released February 21st of last year, Season 0. Then July 9th, Season 1. Then September 19th, mid-season refresh with the Immortal Uprising. And now April 2nd. Saying years is a monster lie. They've had 3 full resets since February of last year. As a PoE 1 Andy, I'm going to play LE in the next PoE 1 league. There you go. Thoughts on the showcase of the Void Knight by Carve. I'm excited to try the new stuff. I think what Carve really did well is he pointed out that every skill tree he went to has some changes. Like Vengeance, you know, now you can do this. Rive, you can now do that. Ring of Shields is changing. Right? Everywhere he went, Sigils of Hope is updated. Judgment is updated. He really gave a visual in-game as to what I've been trying to say, is that Sentinel is still Sentinel, but now it's going to have more of an identity, and every single skill has been changed or tweaks. Volatile Reversal has this huge, massive new skill tree. Time Rot is getting tons of support. Right? Everything could go void. Almost everything could go fire. You're going to be able to spam shield throw if you want to make Captain America. They have just like unlocked so many new possibilities, and that doesn't include the sets, the champion affixes, all the new uniques, right? There's just going to be so much more. There's just going to be so much more. Volcanic Orb is better. They didn't talk about anything. And the idols. Yep. Make a note to ask Judd what he thought about the podcast leading up to him. I will. So I'm live with Judd for Town Portal podcast on March 28th. Aaron, do you recommend going Cycle or Legacy? That's up to you. And even more is still missing. Good luck. Wait, like what? Depends on your time. If you like starting over, go Season. If you want to use your existing characters, go Legacy. The ads almost blew my eardrums out. Oh, that's weird. You got me with spamming shield throw, Captain America. Here I go. There you go. YouTube video when? I missed the interview. Sad. I'll work on it. I'll work on it. This is going to have to be broken up into 2 parts. I think what I'm going to do is part 1 of Dev Chat 165 will be just the gameplay portions. So it'll be Carve breaking down Sentinel and Heartseeker. So that will be part 1. And then part 2 will be the answers to the questions that I notated. I think that's the easiest way to break it down. So in Last Epoch, you have an option between Legacy and Season. Obviously, Season, you could start over fresh economy, fresh leaderboards if you like doing that. You don't. A lot of people say, I just don't want to deal with my inventory and stash. Or you could play Legacy if you don't want to start over. Totally up to you. No more ads for you. Thanks, Jinja. Hey, Baz Turd on YouTube. Obviously, you are not a fan of Last Epoch, which is fun. I'm just curious, are you a fan of Path of Exile too? Because you're talking about how it's missing a ton and it's taking forever and there's not enough content. I'm just curious if you're a fan of PoE 2. I want to know how much trouble he's in for the leaks. None. Everybody loves Carb. We need a good MTX for shield throw. That skill does not look good. I don't know. I don't know if there's a MTX for shield throw. Hey, Big Ben, I want to say thank you for another show. Catch you later. Later, sir. Shield throw is such an old skill. Shield throw is one of the first skills I ever used in Last Epoch. Well, at least now moving forward, we could talk about what we're going to be playing. He showed the skill tree. You think, camper? So, for example, in the coming update, this Nemesis won't have ward, like what they talked about. Only major bosses will have ward, which is so nice. I was waiting for some PowerPoints like D4 disappointment. Get out of here. Aaron knew all along what they were doing in this stream. He called out exactly they should show changes to Sentinel and Heartseeker. I swear on my life, I had no idea. You think I'm not part of those conversations. Those are conversations with Ghazzy. I legit didn't know. Legit to know. PoE players will be LE players in the blink of an eye if LE will be better. Oh, it's so good. Did they tell us what the new rogue skill is, or is it still a secret? No, they said it. It's Heartseeker, and they showed it today. It has poison support, bleed support, fire conversion, cold conversion, and can automatically trigger puncture. It could also be converted into a throwing skill via a new unique, and it's focused around a new affix called recurve. It's very, very cool. It's very cool. Could really tell that Carve got his smoothie. Oh my gosh. I was gonna start a Sentinel, but seems a lot of people are so I might start a Primalist. Okay, so how funny that somebody earlier in stream when we were prepping and getting ready for Ghazzy's stream, someone was talking about Primalist, but specifically Sabertooth. And then Carve's like, oh yeah, we made lots of changes to Summon Bear and Sabertooth, so they're way better now. I was like, oh, there you go. There you go. It's not about game, it's about our world, sadly. I am playing PoE like super hardcore each season. There are bad persons everywhere. No scorpions, though. I don't know if Scorpion's getting anything. No, we haven't drawn the giveaway. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. We'll draw a giveaway at the end of stream. Man, I've got so many videos to make. Oh my gosh. I literally have on deck 5 videos. Oh. Luckily, tomorrow I'm off stream. Maybe I'll just go crazy and try and do all of them. Heartseeker got my heart. Kind of sad there's no plans for Minion Army. I think you're going to see that season 3 with the Acolyte and Lich rework. Minions will get their love next season. Or the season after this season. Remember not having to work at Target anymore. Yes, 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 exactly. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Sentinel changes are pretty bare as well. Or, oh, bad ace as well, right? Exactly. So if I get my character to Corruption 300 before Season 2 and all the changes on that character will come into effect Season 2 drops, essentially, then not needing to level a new character in the season. Correct. Yep. That's what we did last season. I literally pre-built Raptor Pack. I saved up my Runes of Ascendance with a bunch of one-handed swords. Within literally 5 minutes of Season 1 dropping, we had Raptor Pack up and running. I pre-made it. No one asked if there's any changes to the campaign at all. They said that this season is really focused on Endgame, which they are. Rax was practicing Sentinel speed running. After seeing Heartseeker, he started to play Marksman. That's what I'm playing. The Primalist changes are bare. Very funny. I really hope Void Bees are in Sentinel's future. It should be, you know. No, I'm reading your chat as well. I literally just answered it, gamer. Are you preparing for Season 2? I mean, I've already leveled a Marksman Heartseeker to level 90. And we're doing Subathon April 2nd. I don't need to, like, speed run it. Because I've already done it. This build I am technically prepping for Season 2, but we're gonna run a seasonal character, and then after the first 1 or 2 builds, we'll switch to Legacy, so I don't have to level the others. Heartseeker looks pretty sick. I like he showed off the burning daggers at the end too. He swaps back and forth, yeah. Source/Rune Master is my favorite class. I missed the stream. Are we getting something good? Literally, I don't think Source was discussed one time. Source. I can't think of anything Source related. I missed the dev chat. Was it spicy? Oh, it was spicy. It was so spicy. I'm gonna have to milk the YouTube video and make 2 videos. Oh, Aaron's milking again. Oh, Frostclaw's probably gonna get murdered. Mike said that like a month ago. Frostclaw's supposed to be an early level generator skill. It's so funny. Man, did that thing get out of control. Mana Guide, correct. We're prepping for Mana Guide. But no nerfs were discussed other than builds, you know, at 1,000 corruption need to be reeled in. Is all they really talked about. You think it was staged or Carve went rogue? I would venture to guess Carve went a little... both camps. Hey guys, you can't talk about X, Y, or Z. Those are saved for other streams. Talkative Try, Aaron Action RPG. But you can loosen the reins a little bit since we're so close. That would be my guess. But I don't know. Builds at 18,000 corruption. Yeah. Dude, they talked about ward intelligence right now gives 4%. 4% ward retention. That's going down to 2%. They're cutting intelligence in half. Oh, you're gonna feel that for sure. You are gonna feel that. They should have made it 1%. No ward on mono bosses is huge. Yeah, it's so nice. No ward on Nemesis or exiled mages. Yeah, timeline bosses. Yeah. What's the most OP builds? I don't know. Damn, I missed this stream. Anything shared I want to do? Freeze everything Sorcerer. No, nothing Source was really talked about. Mainly Marksman and Sentinel. I love how Ghazzy asked about how melee was supposed to compare with screen clear speed of Heartseeker, and Mike was like, we're making melee more snappy with better SFX and VFX to feel better. Yeah, that's not great. Aaron, Heartseeker is a physical Frostclaw. Oh man, the build's gonna be nuts. Kind of. Heartseeker, well, Frostclaw you unlock at what, level 10, level 20? Like, you need to be into Marksman and 30 points into the Marksman passive tree before you even unlock Heartseeker. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Heartseeker can trigger so many things. Yeah, it can do a lot. Fire arrow hits target, bounces back. Melee is always clickbait, never go melee. Why? They're making the visuals better. Duh. I already said that. You know. We are preparing for our mana guide build. So who is this PoE 2 people are talking about? Oh, here we go. Here we go. You know who he is. Have they released any new story? No. Right now they're totally focused on Endgame. I think we get the next campaign chapter in the next update, Season 3. I only know Ellie and CEO of Action RPG. Oh gosh. Aaron, not sure if you saw my question, but is Heartseeker a legit range skill, or do you have to play it melee like shotgun? No, you can play it ranged. Fully ranged. Yeah. Whatever you do, never go full melee. I see what you did there. 100% marksman, super excited. Frostclaw was my build months ago. Well, I still like PoE 1 and PoE 2. They have to step back for last Epoch. Dude, it's awesome seeing everybody's reaction to the stream today. I need the sets. Come here, lizard. Heartseeker and puncture proc. Is puncture cold or fire converted? Of course. Because it's using the skill tree. That Heartseeker is one sweet piece of ace. I know from experience, dude, if you know what I mean. No one's going to talk about the Javelin ability. That was insane. Yeah, it's insane. Javelin is so damn good. There's going to be so many new builds. So will EHG keep the date and face the giant? I think they have to. If they were going to move the date, it would have been announced already. Right? I mean, you'd want to get that out as soon as possible. I'm venturing to guess no. Don't worry, David will beat Goliath. Well, we'll see. So, Action RPG. Now that the new unique for the treasure hunt is revealed and where it comes from, can you tell us the rest of the specifics for the hunt? We haven't decided yet. We know it's Shattered Worlds. We know it's an Uber Aberoth drop. I think what we're going to do is you just have to find one factionless. Now, what is... that doesn't mean factionless as in you can't take a faction. You have to find one that does not have a COF tag or a Merchant's Guild tag. Which means you can't use the power of COF to find it, and a Merchant's Guild can't just go buy it. That's what we're leaning towards. You have to find one factionless. We also all know who's going to win the hunt. Don't say stuff like that. Does it drop in the open world? Nope. It is basically the rarest item in the game. Dropped from Uber Aberoth. It is Shattered Worlds Relic. Are you going to recap the stream? Yeah, I'm going to have to do 2 videos, I think. There's too much info. Aaron's just milking the content. No, just believe it or not, YouTube doesn't like 1-hour videos. He's milking it again. Looks like an honest hunt. That's what we're thinking. But do you need a key for Uber Abbey? Yep. You get the key basically by killing regular Abbey. But they did say you could keep fighting regular Abbey or Uber Abbey over and over again. I don't know if you caught that. You could practice the fight. I think max 30 minutes is okay for YouTube. I mean, YouTube doesn't like that. Aaron said 4 videos. Yeah, I'm going to milk it 4 videos. 4 videos. 4 videos. What's with Puncture? Does it proc off Heartseeker? Yeah, so let's say that Heartseeker would have hit this enemy 5 more times, and then Heartseeker kills the enemy. The remaining times it would have hit it generate punctures. So you can just only imagine what this looks like. It's supposed to hit this pack of spiders, you know, 10 times, hits the pack of spiders, and all you literally can't even see the screen. All you see is punctures. It is the most beautiful, awesome sight for screen clear. Ultra milk. Yeah, it's whole milk. We're going whole milk. You could use Puncture's net too. Yeah, you could use the Puncture skill tree. Where you run into problems is you have to kill an enemy. So, it doesn't help you against single target. What are we going to do with Pebbles set? 5% chance to replenish one of your potions when a golem hits an enemy. Your summon skeleton spells and attacks deal fire, cold, or lightning damage. And it's cheap, only 3 mana. It is cheap. 20 videos, 5 minutes long each, released every 53 minutes. That's a good idea. Maybe I'll try that. Pebble set. They were saying they're interested to see what people are going to do with Pebble set. Your golems can replenish your potions. No, it doesn't give your mages. Your summon skeletons. Oh, I see what you're talking about. There is a way to give skeletons lightning. No, I'm not sleeping on that set. Oh, you can't use it, you're right, because it's a wand. You're right. Wait, is that just flat damage? Yeah, it's flat damage. So the element that is your lowest elemental resistance is the buff that goes to your skeletons. But it goes to summon skeletons, not skeleton mages. They don't get the tag, no. No lightning mages, I'm assuming. No lightning mages. Nice try. All right, everybody, we're going to go 6 hours on stream today. We're going to stream for 6 hours. And then I got to get to recording. Actually, I can't record until Ghazzy uploads the VOD. Is Ghazzy still live? You've probably been on a long time. Not anymore? Okay. Yes, we'll go another 10 minutes if anybody has any questions, and then we're going to draw a giveaway. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. He went to bed. I bet he's tired. Now, I just should say that I will not be part of the watch party on next Friday. Actually, I don't know. I'll be in Las Vegas next Friday for my 40th birthday. Do I bring my mobile setup and live stream from Vegas? Talkative tries stream. No, enjoy your time with your family. My friends, no family. I guess they're kind of like family. Don't do it. You guys are probably right. Live chat and Discord during it? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I'm an old fart. We don't do anything bad in Vegas. I don't like these lightning elementals. Watch it on your phone, maybe? Do that too. Any fire primalist prospect? Earthquake. Go Earthquake. Get wifey to stream it. Be like, honey, I'm gonna set it up for you. All you do is push this and this and sit down. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? She could do it. I'll ask the wife, do you want to watch Talkative Tribe's live stream? That would be funny. But I'm very curious what Tri's even going to even talk about. I guess you can ask questions from, like, a newer player perspective. There's value there. Bring over PoE audience. Itemization was supposed to be the topic for him. Oh, is that why they didn't want to show idol crafting? I see. Oh, so he's going to get to show off some new items, too. So champion affixes, idol sets. That'll be fun. Murdered in front of the blood one. Yeah, his stream will be fun. Aaron, you're slipping. I know. I'm also sick, you know, so. And we're right at the end of stream. That doesn't count, I think. This guy is not playing Dragonkin. It's crying. Wait, what? What's wrong with Dragonkin? I hope the patch notes during Aaron's interview are right after. I don't know when the patch notes are coming. I don't know. I think normally they drop 48 hours. I would doubt they're going to do that. They probably don't even know when they're dropping them. That's why they don't answer the question. But yeah, it'll probably be 4 or 5 days before. Oh, Dragonkin is crying because I'm not playing. Played a lot of Dragonkin. All right, where are we at? Couple minutes. All right, everyone. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !! giveaway. Let's draw giveaway. Golem, we're on the same side. Ghazzy tried to get you fire Golem love today. It didn't happen. They released a new build on Dragonkin this week. I saw that. Their updated hotfix. I did see that. Oh, Kaiser, I'm sorry. I just saw your poll. I'm sorry. Yeah, Dragonkin dropped in update, just their first like bug fixes and stuff they're working on. All right. I thought it was on purpose. No, I wouldn't do that to you. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. All right. While you guys are joining the giveaway and there's an ad running, let's see. Works. Hello there. What's up, Red? Okay, sweet. We are all set up. So, I've got a whole bunch of videos coming out. The next couple videos will be Dev Chat 165, part 1 and part 2. I don't want to drop a 1-hour video on YouTube. It just doesn't do well, so I'll break it up into 2 sections. Section 1 will be a breakdown of all the gameplay that Carve showed, the exciting in-game, in-CT, in-Season 2 gameplay. So I'll break down all that for part 1, and then part 2 will actually be the questions from Ghazzy's stream. So that is how I'm going to break it up. I assume I missed the reaction video. Yeah, it's all done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I'll get part 1 out today, and then I'll probably drop part 2 tomorrow morning. So that's kind of the plan. And I got some other stuff I'm working on as well. Tomorrow's my day off. I normally don't stream on Saturday. I know today's stream looks different. I guess it's because I have HDR on my new monitor, so I'm going to disable that. So hopefully everything looks normal tomorrow. I'm also fighting a cold, so I apologize for being a little nasally. New treasure hunt community event is coming up April 2nd. This will be the 8th treasure hunt for my community. I haven't made the video on it yet. We're still finalizing the final details. But the sign up will be in Discord if you're not in the Discord yet. Thanks, Midnight. So the sign up is not in Discord yet, but it will be. So check out the Discord. We'll be back live on Sunday. I leave for Las Vegas on Wednesday. Wednesday is my 40th birthday. Right now, I'm still in my 30s. You know, I feel young and spry. But on Wednesday, I won't. Wednesday's going to be like a whole different person. Oh, babyface at 39, 40. Your life is only just beginning. Oh, geez. Thanks, guys. Thanks. It's not really sick. You're just congested. You're right. I'm just It's just allergies, right? The big 4-0 on the candles on the cake. I'm not ready. I like saying I'm in my 30s. You know. That being said, I am 39 with 4 children. 19, 16, 12, and 9. So they make me feel young. Or maybe they make me feel old. I don't know. I'm 40 and I have 2 kids still playing ARPGs. There you go. Well, I like that. Yeah, I like that. So anyways, we'll be back streaming on Wednesday. I'm off to Vegas back streaming on Sunday. I'm off to Vegas on Wednesday. And then if you did not hear the news, completely unmonetized website. We dropped actionrpg.com. I am the owner of the domain actionrpg.com. We have an event calendar. We have all current news for the genre. We have a custom CMS for Diablo 4 and Last Epoch. Diablo 4 currently doesn't have any content on it. We're working on that. We're designing PoE 2. But Last Epoch has 37 guides loaded. And you can pick with our wheel which ones you want to look at, and everything loads up. All 4K custom images. Looks better on their website than it does in game. And it is very, very cool. So we're just looking for people to go and push buttons because we're getting bug reports and seeing what the site can handle. But yeah, actionrpg.com is live. It works on your phone and obviously on your browser. So go push some buttons for us. Am I the youngest here? 33, man. 33. I don't even remember 33. That was too long ago. That was too long ago. I'm 25, almost 26. See that? Wraith's way younger than you. All right. Let's draw today's giveaway. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway. Right now we've got 53 different Steam keys. If you win, I send you the Steam or the list of Steam keys. You pick which one you want, and then we send you the game. Starting the countdown right meow. 10, 9, 8, 7, a 6, a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1. And entries for today's Pick Your Steam game are officially closed. Now, just so you're aware, we draw a giveaway almost every day. You don't have to be present to win. You do have to claim your prize. So if you ever sign up for a giveaway, you could watch the end of the VOD and figure out if maybe you are a winner. And today's winner is... click! Revlin. I know Revlin. I know this. Wait, not like I know them as in I made sure that they won. I just mean I know him as a community member. No, you guys know what I mean. I won and I'm a real person. See? Look, a bot would not say that. Wow, he lets his friends win. Sure. Oh my gosh. See? This is a real, I am not a bot. See? Look. Guys. See? A bot would not say I'm not a bot. Revlin, type something crazy that won't get me banned. Then it'll prove it. Turbo is a sure sign of... Oh my gosh. Revlin? That's exactly what a bot would say. Oh my gosh. This is a... The LE stream today was crazy. Yes. See, a bot would not say that, guys. See, AI. Aaron has already ordered the response. Stream today was crazy. Totally scripted. Oh my gosh. All right. Revlin, you know the drill. Okay, everybody, I'm done for today. We're going to go say hi to Rax and get his opinion on the Last Epoch dev stream. I'll see you all Sunday morning. Hope you have a great Friday night and Saturday. And I'll be dropping all the content on YouTube over the weekend. All right. See you guys Sunday morning. Bye.